Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
News just coming in that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has received a telephone call from Professor Muhammad Yunus, who is the Chief Advisor of Government of Bangladesh. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, reiterated India's support for a democratic, stable, peaceful and progressive Bangladesh. The government has put out a detailed press release of this conversation which happened between Prime Minister Modi and Professor Muhammad Yunus of Bangladesh. Prime Minister also went on to say that there is a need for the interim government to ensure safety and protection to Hindus and all other minority communities. In fact, what we are being told is that Professor Yunus has assured protection, safety and security of Hindus and all minorities in Bangladesh. The two leaders have also discussed ways to take the bilateral relationship between the two countries forward in line with the respective national priorities. And in fact, more details emerging in the Kolkata rape and murder horror. The Kolkata police chief has defended his force. Let's listen in.
You know how the investigation happens. The UD case is a natural process. Murder is an unnatural death. When there is immediately you have to do an inquest. Inquest is preceded by a UD case. So I don't see why it is being spread that by starting a UD case, we wanted to hush up the matter and make it look like a suicide case.
And the winners of the 70th National Film Awards have been announced. In fact, Gulmohar, starring Manoj Bajpayee and Sharmila Tagore, has won the award for the best Hindi film. Best actress has gone to Nithya Menon and Manasi Parekh in Kutch Express. Best director to Suraj Barjatia Unchai for his film Unchai. And best supporting actor has gone to Pawan Malhotra from the film Fauji. The Election Commission, remember, has declared poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. 90 assembly constituencies in Jammu and Kashmir and 90 in Haryana will be polling the whole of September, and the results will be out on 4th of October. Jammu and Kashmir will be polling in 3 phases, while there will be a single phase voting for Haryana on 1st of October.
Nomination being on 5th of September, last date of making nomination on 12th of September, date of poll 1st October, and date of counting coinciding with J&K on 4th of October, everything to be over on 6th of October. Elections in J&K will be held in 3 phases. 20th of August, just the next day of the Amarnath Yatra being complete, the 19th, would be the date of notification for the first phase. Nominations till 27th, scrutiny on the next day, 28th, and date of poll will be 18th of September, and it's a Wednesday. We are also keeping that in mind, not keeping Fridays and Mondays to give a longer holiday spell. Second phase would be on 29th of August, and the statutory period of nominations and all, poll being on 25th of September. And phase 3, nomination on 5th of September, and every voting finishing on 1st of October. So counting would be on 4th of October, and everything would be over, bind up on 6th of October.
And cutting across to Kolkata, where West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is addressing a crowd. Let's listen in.
আমি জানি সিপিএম আর বিজেপি ভাঙচুরটা করেছে আরজি করে গিয়ে নাটক করেও যখন শেষ হয়নি আমি সাধারণ মানুষের প্রতিবাদকে স্যালুট জানাই সাধারণ মা বোনেদের সেখানে আমার কিছু বলার নেই নিশ্চয়ই তারা তাদের ঠিক কাজ করেছেন বলে আমার মনে হয় কিন্তু বলুন তো রাত্রি একটার সময়
blaming other political parties in a way for politicizing the issue. She's essentially saying that the left parties who went to RG Kar Hospital did a lot of drama, and there was actually no effort being put by anybody to resolve this situation.
National flag ke misuse করেছে punishment হওয়া উচিত এটা একটা ক্রিমিনাল অফেন্স জাতীয় পতাকা নিয়ে কাউকে গুন্ডাগিরি করতে দেওয়া হয় না জাতীয় পতাকাকে স্যালুট জানাতে হয় সম্মান জানাতে হয় মনে রাখবেন মণিপুরে বিজেপি কটা টিম পাঠিয়েছিলেন সিপিএম কটা টিম পাঠিয়েছিলেন, হাতরাসে কজনকে পাঠিয়েছিলেন, উন্নয়তে কাকে পাঠিয়েছিলেন, দিল্লিতে যখন এনআরসির নামে গাদা গাদা লোক খুন হয়ে গেল কটা টিম পাঠিয়েছিলেন? আজকে বাংলায় একটা ইঁদুর কামড়ালেও আপনাকে 55টা 154টা টিম পাঠাতে হয়। লজ্জা করে না? আমাকে আপনারা যা ইচ্ছা বলুন, আমার গায়ে ফোসকা পড়বে না। আমি মার খেতে খেতে একটা জীবন্ত লাশ হয়ে গেছি। আমি যতদিন বাঁচবো মানুষের কাজ করব। আমাকে চমকানি দেখাবেন না সিপিএম বিজেপি, আমাকে ধমকানি দেখাবেন না।
So, Mamata Banerjee, they're essentially saying that other political parties cannot intimidate her in any way. She also is in a way pointing out that these political parties have in fact been, other parties left as well as the Congress have in fact been using this issue to politicize and attack her and target her, but that she's not going to fall for these tactics. She'll not be intimidated by anybody.
আপনি ফোন করে করে বলেননি অনেক জায়গায় সব স্ট্রাইক বানাও? বিজেপি কি ভাবছেন বাংলাদেশে একটা দুর্ভাগ্যজনক ঘটনা ঘটেছে, এত ছাত্র মারা গেছে, আমরা বাংলাদেশ নিয়ে কথা বলতে পারি না? আমি বলিও না, তাই এটা দেশের ব্যাপার, দেশ দেখবে। কিন্তু আমরা শুধু ভদ্রতা করব আর আপনারা ভাববেন আমরা দুর্বল হয়ে গেছি, এটা নয়।
Mamata Banerjee also says that none of these tactics will actually be used by anybody to intimidate her, that TMC is not going to back down. This is not going to weaken the Bengal government or TMC in any way.
Enough to tackle the situation, enough to take the action. কামদুনির কেসে আমরা দুজনকে ফাঁসি দিয়েছিলাম, জেনে রাখুন। কোর্ট দেয়নি দিতে, তারা দিয়েছিল যাবজ্জীবন। এবারে আমরা ছাড়বো না, এবারে আমরা চাই ফাঁসি দিতে হবে। আপনারা ধনঞ্জয় চ্যাটার্জিকে ফাঁসি দিয়েছিলেন, এইখানে দাঁড়িয়ে বুদ্ধদেব বাবুশ্রী বলেছিলেন মীরা দেবী, কিন্তু সত্যিকারের লোক কি শাস্তি পেয়েছিল? পায়নি। এই তো প্রতিদিন কাগজে আমি রোজ পড়ছি একটা করে স্টোরি, তারা লিখছেন এলাকা থেকে যে ভদ্রলোককে দিয়ে জোর করে মিথ্যে কথা বলানো হয়েছিল আর নির্দোষী লোক শাস্তি পেয়েছিল, সে বলছে আমার আজকে অপরাধ বোধ হচ্ছে। আর ধনঞ্জয় বাবুর বউ বলছে আমি অ্যাটলিস্ট শান্তি পাচ্ছি। এই কথাটা শুনে আমি আজও বেঁচে আছি, যাতে আমার শান্তি, আমার আত্মা শান্তি পায়। কি মনে করবেন না এত তাড়াতাড়ি সব ভুলে গেলেন? ন্যাশনাল কমিশন পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে বিজেপি, সব লোকজন বিজেপি পার্টি।
Mamata Banerjee also saying that the BJP is actually using its goons in order to flare up the situation, specifically talking about the vandalism which took place at the Ajit hospital. She, in a way, once again is blaming the BJP for the violence there.
নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু হলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে এসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিবিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল, যা যা পুলিশের কাছে এভিডেন্স আছে পুলিশ সব দিয়ে দিয়েছে। এখন তুমি নাও না রিপোর্ট সিবিআই এর কাছে। একদিন গেছিলাম ওর বাড়িতে সোমবার, মাকে বলে এসেছিলাম, বাবাকে ওদের সাথে কথা বলে পারমিশন নিয়ে যে আমাকে 4টে দিন টাইম দিন, রবিবারের মধ্যে যদি আমরা এই মামলার সবটা তদন্ত করে শেষ করতে না পারি আর ফাঁসির ব্যবস্থার জন্য বিচারালয়ে সবকিছু করতে না পারি, আপনি রবিবার দিন নিজেই সিবিআই কে দিয়ে দেবো। বলেছিলাম কি বলিনি? পরিবারকে দোষ দিই না। বলুন আপনারা মঙ্গলবার।
And with that, it's a wrap from me. I'll be joining you in just a bit. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Sharmila Tagore and Manoj Bajpayee starer Gulmohar wins Best Film in Hindi category at the 70th National Film Festival Awards.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, had already held a press conference, and he had given answer in detail saying they welcome this move and they are ready. Campaign has already been started working on the multiple issues also, and the main issue is unemployment, which they have been raising. They say even the farmers, that vote bank had already been drifted from the BJP. So let's see, the BJP has a lot of challenge. First, that anti-incumbency is there. They have been ruling in the state for the last 2 terms. So let's see that what political strategy they are going to opt, and at the same time we have seen some of the regional party INLD,
Right.
They had already forged alliance with the BSP, and JJP is also independently contesting elections. So let's see, very interesting political scenario this time in Haryana, because Aam Aadmi Party is the third party which is going to contest the election first time in Haryana. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for giving us those details. Haryana, a politically crucial state for not just the BJP, but also the Congress party, will go to polls on the 1st of October. Of course, the results will be announced on the 4th of October. This is going to be important because Haryana has seen only the BJP government for the last 10 years, and the Congress is also looking at an opportunity. That was Gurpreet Chinna, my colleague, giving us some details on that. Moving on to stories from other parts of the country. In the midst of a nationwide uproar over what happened in a Kolkata hospital, this rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor that happened in RG Kar Medical Hospital, a state-owned government hospital, an episode that led to a national outrage of sorts across the country. Now, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee took out a rally in Kolkata today. She has given an ultimatum, a Sunday ultimatum, to the Central Bureau of Investigation that is probing this case. Remember that the Calcutta High Court had instructed the CBI to take over the probe of this case, and she has given a Sunday ultimatum to CBI to ensure that the accused is hanged till death by then. Mamata Banerjee has also alleged that it is the BJP that sent vandals to the RG Kar Medical Hospital on the eve of the Independence Day. Remember, almost 18 rooms of the RG Kar Medical Hospital were vandalized, medical equipment were stolen and also destroyed one day before Independence Day, even as women of Kolkata had taken out a march asking questions of the state government.
Why this impression is being created that UD case necessarily means it is a case of suicide? It is not true. Please, the entire population is being made to understand that UD case means suicide. We wanted to make it a case of suicide. It is not true. We have to be restrained in our response. We cannot be, using force left, right, and center just like that. Yes, despite that, the barricade was breached, and people got into this, vandalized the place. So later on, this thing, we had 15 people injured badly, including the DC North Division.
BJP, সব লোকজন BJP পার্টি পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে, মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, ওটাও বিজেপি দিল্লি। আমাদের মহিলা কমিশন তার আগে পৌঁছে গেছিল। নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু হলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন, রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে এসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিপিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো। সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল?
Moving on, the winners of the 70th National Film Awards have been announced today, celebrating the best in cinema from 2022. In fact, Gulmohar, which is a film starring Manoj Bajpayee and Sharmila Tagore, has gotten the award in the best film category. Best actress has gone to Nitya Menon in Tiruchatribalam, and of course, Mansi Parekh has been awarded best actress in Kutch Express. The best director has gone to Suraj Barjatia for Unchai. Unchai, the film, has also bagged the Best Actress for Neena Gupta and Best Supporting Actor for Pawan Malhotra. My colleague Sam Daniel, in fact, is with the Best Female Singer, Bombay Jayashree. Let's go across to him.
Thank you, Vasudha. I have with me the Nightingale of the South, Bombay Jayashree, who has been awarded the Best Female Playback Singer. Thank you very much. Congratulations. How does it feel, your first award?
I'm grateful. I'm delighted for this national award, and it's come for this Malayalam song by Pali Francis. Thank you so much for having me.
Tell me about the experience of this particular number. It's called the Chayum Veil for the film Saudi Velaka.
Yeah,
it's a Malayalam film.
It's a Malayalam film, and I sang it for a debutant music director, Pali. It's his first music production. And I remember coming back home and telling my people at home that I sang a very enchanting song, lovely melody. So it was a lovely experience.
Did you at that time imagine that the number would fetch you the National Best Female Playback Singer Award?
Absolutely not.
Tell us about the context of that film.
The what?
The context, the meaning of the film.
I haven't seen the film.
The meaning of the song?
It's a very pleasant love song. And unfortunately, I haven't seen the film.
You have made a remarkable comeback. A few years ago, you suffered a health emergency. You were hospitalized in UK for a long time. Even there, I understand you spent time while recovering, writing songs. Tell us about that, how that helped you to make a comeback.
Yeah, so about a year and a half ago, I was on a concert tour in the UK, and it's in Liverpool that I suffered this brain hemorrhage, aneurysm. But what brought me back is music, which is the only thing I know, and God's grace, of course. And my family was with me, my husband Ramnath and my son Amrit, who is a composer and a singer. So he kept nudging me to revive with me. So he kept singing through, and that's when I wrote a couple of songs, one of which is to be released very soon.
Nyabagam.
Yeah, Nyabagam was for the film Varshangal Sesham, Arsangalika Sesham. I also wrote a Tamil song which is going to be released as an independent song very soon.
Right. And in 2013, if my memory is right, you were nominated for Oscar Awards for your song in the Pi's Lullaby from Pi's, what do you call it? Life of Pi. Tell us about that experience and how that has kept you completely motivated.
Oh yes, that was fantastic. First of all, recording the song for Ang Lee sir and Michael Dana sir was a great experience, and the film itself is a coming together of so many cultures. Chinese, Canadian, Tamil. The story is about a Tamil boy who goes on a ship and befriends a tiger. So that was a great experience, recording that song and then going right up to the Oscars and representing India for music.
And what does this award mean now?
Every award is very special. And a national award coming from the government is very unique when you are recognized. And the song is recognized through this, the music director, the film, everything gets a recognition. So I feel very, very grateful and absolutely delighted, overjoyed.
You come from a musical family, and your family, your son and your husband, all of them are deeply into music. Your son, who used to be an independent singer, independent musician, has now emerged to be a full-time musician scoring films, music for films. Yes. Has he taken it from you?
Well, yes, everybody in the family, both sides, loves and practices music. So ultimately, of course, it's his choice to take it up as his life and take the music forward. So we are very absolutely happy for him and willing to give all our support for his plans, his dreams and his passion.
What kind of tips you have been giving him?
I don't give him tips except support, motherly support. Of course, he has learnt music not only from me, from several great gurus. So otherwise, I'm just a quiet, affectionate mother, and I hope to be just that.
Best Playback Singer awardee, who has been your inspiration all these years?
Well, so many musicians across India. I grew up in Bombay, was born in Calcutta, so there's a little bit of every culture in me. And so many singers have paved the way for me and many singers of my generation. So each one is an inspiration.
I also want to speak to Amrit if I can. The family must be extremely excited, Amrit. You're also a musician.
Yeah, honestly, it's. I think it came quite a surprise to us. I'm a big fan of Polly Francis, and it's a beautiful song. And I think about 1.5 years ago when it came out, I remember after the recording, it was sort of like ringing in my head for a while, and I'm glad that it's got the recognition it deserves. I think it's a beautiful song. I haven't watched the movie yet, but yeah.
Who broke the story to your mom first?
I got a call from a friend who's also an actor, and her film got a national award as well. And she said, "Congratulations to you." And I was like, "What are you congratulating me for?" And then I found out that it's for my mom's national award. So yeah.
What kind of tips does she give you, and in what way you have been inspired by your mom?
Honestly, I mean, like she said, she's just been a pillar along with my dad. They're both incredible pillars, and they've both sort of been my best friends and also my institution since I've been spending most of my time just working with music. So no specific tips, but just support.
Right. Jayashree, so much of influence of artificial intelligence technology in music. Do you use that? How much has that changed the field of music?
Well, not yet it's not yet in my way. I'm sure there's a lot good that AI does, but I am neither aware of what it is capable of or what it does. I have no encounter with AI as for now, but I'm sure it will be there on the way.
And what next for you in terms of your musical journey, your career?
Practicing, and I'm composing for a Singapore-based production company, which is a dance drama, to be premiered in Chennai and Singapore by the end of the year.
In your view, why is music important?
There's no friend like music. I think music can be your closest friend in times of ups and downs, and to just be a non-judgmental friend that can only give. I think that's the reason we have this gift from nature, music, to make us better individuals, to feel better, to empathize with everyone around you. That's what music does, and it shapes you to be a beautiful person.
Right. And you still write?
Yes, I try to.
You write poems or songs for lyrics for films?
Yeah, simple songs. Yeah.
And you are a disciple of Lalgudi Jayaraman, the legendary musician. Tell us about your experience of being trained or learning from him.
That was the biggest turning point in my life when he decided to take me under his wings. Right. An extraordinarily great, legendary musician, as well as a human being who was willing to offer and give his students, which included me, so much. So I feel very blessed to have been trained by him.
Thank you so much for your time. And we have Mr. Ramnath, very shy, standing on the side. I'm going to nudge him to speak. How do you look at this? Did you expect it?
Well, no, not really. When my son Amrit informed me, I was driving actually, and I was quite thrilled. And as I was entering my house, Pali Francis, the music director, he called me and told me in Malayalam that this is what has happened, and then I broke the news to Jayashree. It's a lovely moment.
Have you watched the film on screen?
No, I haven't watched the film. I haven't heard the song. But after the award was announced, I listened to the song. It's beautiful. And I think it deserved an award.
Right. Thank you very much for your time, and congratulations again, Jayashree, and wish you all the best. That was Bombay Jayashree and her family talking to us as she has received the Best Female Playback Singer Award given by the National Film Awards.
So continuing with our conversations with the National Film Awards winners, Sharmila Tagore, veteran actor, also spoke to NDTV on her recent win of the National Film Award. This was for her performance in the movie Gulmohar.
Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Many congratulations on the big win at the National Film Awards.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Does this come as
so much to us.
Right. Does this come as a bit of a surprise, or were you expecting it?
No, we were not expecting it, and I was absolutely over the moon because it's so well deserved. Rahul is a first-time director. This is his debut, and this film has had such a wonderful journey because everyone, from the audience reaction, they loved the film, and then many awards from all forums. So obviously the National Film Award is the icing on the cake, and we're absolutely thrilled with this. And Manoj also gets a special mention. I think it's and also it's got for the best dialogue. So I think it's wonderful, and I'm so happy for Rahul and for all of us.
Right, ma'am. The fact is that do you think this is the moment in a way that OTT movies have arrived? Because this was a movie which released on an OTT platform. It's not a big screen picture which got the most coveted award at the National Film Awards. So how do you see this as a moment when OTT films are getting the top recognition as far as movies in the country is concerned?
See, film is a film, and it, you can't really differentiate. Obviously, it's wonderful to see it on a big screen. That doesn't really compare because a small screen and a big screen, there's a huge difference sitting together with the audience and enjoying the film. And had we then thought of releasing it on on theatre instead of OTT, I think it would have been wonderful. But at that time, we didn't know. The producers didn't know that this will be such a success. I think had we released it, because we've seen it, we had a few screening on the big screen, and that was even a more enhanced experience. And film is a film. Lapata Ladies has released on the big screen. And I'm sure it would have been a great success had it been on OTT also. So it just happened to be on OTT. Let's not compare it, but OTT at least has more appetite for our kind of film.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
EC declares poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, J&K to vote in 3 phases, 18th and 25th of September and the 1st of October. Haryana will vote on the 1st of October. The results will be declared on the 4th of October. Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal Chief Minister, takes to the streets over the rape and murder horrific incident. The Chief Minister has said that our BJP in fact sent its goons to Ajit Medical Hospital. Calcutta High Court has meanwhile slammed the state over the vandalism that took place on the eve of Independence Day. Bangladesh interim government head Muhammad Yunus has spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. PM Modi has said that Muhammad Yunus has assured the safety of minorities. PRS leader KTR shocker insensitive comment on women. KTR has apologized, but he had said that women can do breakdance in buses. After backlash, he has apologized now, and he has spoken to NDTV saying that the comment was made in lighter way.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Judicial digital infra push is the future of Indian judiciary in online courts. In fact, Kerala High Court has taken the lead here. The High Court has set up its first digital High Court branch in the district of Kollam. This is a significant initiative by the Kerala High Court, and it is being launched. It has been launched by the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. This is country's first exclusive digital court for negotiable instrument act cases. This has come up in Kollam. Joining me now is N.S. Napinai, who is an advocate and also founder of Cyber Sathi, and public policy expert Khushbu Jain. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Napinai ma'am, to you first. You also appeared for the Kerala government in the sprinkler case, which actually exposed the inadequacies when it came to the Data Protection Act. And Sprinkler had also talked about the importance of anonymity, the importance of privacy. What happens to, these concerns when we move towards something like online courts?
The first thing I would like to say is that kudos to the Kerala government, and in fact, it's a national initiative, I would say, for adapting technology, because we need to see how we can use technology to our benefit. In the case that you mentioned now, Vasudha, there also the issue was about the concerns on data protection when technology was being used during the COVID pandemic, and it was again kudos to the government that they volunteered to anonymize the data to protect health data, which is tagged at the time as sensitive personal information. And that was a positive step forward because, under that law as it was then, governments were not even covered. So just moving back to what we are seeing today, this is something I would say as a next step to the e-court initiative that was taken up by the Supreme Court in 2005. A lot has happened and a lot more remains to happen, but this is a great further step, I would say, in terms of networking, in terms of connecting courts to be able to share data, and most importantly, to provide speedy justice.
Right. Khushbu Jain, a question that everybody seems to be asking is, will online courts help in reducing the lengthy backlogs that Indian courts are known for? During COVID, we did see those online hearings. In fact, when it came to the same-sex marriages, I quite enjoyed and sort of like found the online hearings very helpful. In some ways, do you think that this will be helpful to the judiciary, and do you think that this is the future of Indian justice system?
Absolutely. If you'll see, there are more than 4 crore matters which have been pending, total matters which have been pending, varied between different court in India. Now, if you look into technology, will in a way enable, because if you'll see, there are 3 steps to it: lack of infrastructure, increasing the number of judges, and at the same time making sure that there are no pendency of the matters, the continuous pendency. And this pendency of matters, the continuous date comes is because of the aspect that tomorrow the lawyer is is in the aspect that I'm today in this court, and tomorrow the matter is listed in another city in a court. So this will in a way help out that virtually one can sit, and these kind of matters, especially the petty cases which are there, these can be solved seamlessly and swiftly, so that this pendency decreases. At the same time, when you look into this will also, it's not just about pendency, but this is such a ease when it comes to technology being adopted, because if you look into India, people have to travel to go to the court when it comes to filing of the cases, when it comes to deposing, when it comes to recording of statements. And if you'll see the new law which have been come up and adoption of these kind of e-courts, the filing is done swiftly, the dates are coming smoothly, and this will help out that people in their own location can appear in the court and can get that speedy justice which we are talking about. So it will bring in that transparency, accountability, and at the same time, the speedy fair trial which we talk about.
Right. Navine ma'am, also help us understand how can courts also go beyond, using technology to help common people assemble evidence, understand law better, and also how will dispute resolution take place? Because one thing that we keep talking about is settlement, mediation. How do these non-judicial processes, how will these be accommodated in the online world?
Interestingly, it appears that along with this online court initiative, there is also an alternate dispute resolution online process which is being inaugurated by the Chief Justice of India. So it's wonderful that both of these initiatives are going hand in hand. Just to take it a little bit further beyond what we already have in terms of news, Vasudha, you've touched upon a very important aspect, which is mediation. And the first step to mediation is for parties to understand what is happening in court. To me, the biggest advantage that has happened post-COVID lockdown, and with us moving to virtual courts and now having hybrid courts, is the ease of access to the common man to what is happening in court, what is happening to his case, where is it proceeding, how is it proceeding. So even if they want to just watch what is happening in court to understand trends, they now have that opportunity. They will be able to understand better beyond what their lawyer is informing them of where they stand in a particular case and take an informed decision. I'm not for a moment suggesting that their lawyer would not guide them right. I'm just saying that here is information which is in addition to that. So I feel that this whole process of adapting technology to bring the process of law closer to every single individual for whose sake the very system exists is a big leap forward. We need to know as individuals what courts are meant to be, what is the meaning of a legal system and how it is supposed to function and how it is supposed to help us.
Yes, thank you, Napine ma'am, and thank you, Khushbu, for joining us on this discussion. Important day for Indian judiciary and court system with Kochi, with the first, online court coming up in Kollam in Kerala. Of course, this has been inaugurated by the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud himself. Going across to another important story that today has been witnessing, Smriti Irani, former WCD minister and BJP leader, is talking about the horrific rape and murder case that happened in Kolkata, which has of course sent shockwaves across the country. Let's listen in to what she's saying.
मॉब को कंट्रोल किया जाए, रेपिस्ट अगर और हैं तो उनको ढूंढा जाए.
मैम, एक सवाल है, केंद्रीय मंत्री और बंगाल के प्रेसिडेंट सुकांता मजूमदार प्रोटेस्ट में बैठे थे, उनको हिरासत में ले लिया गया, जबकि मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी रैली निकालती है.
मैं दोबारा कह रही हूँ, keep your focus on the victim. We are here today for a girl who was brutalized because she went to work in a hospital hoping to save lives. My question is again, a young woman after hours of duty trying to save lives in a hospital wanted to just rest. She was raped, her legs broken, her nails taken out, her chest beaten, injury on her belly, her eyes also injured, bleeding from the vagina, bleeding from her eyes, injury on the lips. All these reports are out in the media. Did she not scream? Of course she would have. Was there nobody who heard her? And was it possible for one man to do this? Why is it that a rapist felt safe enough after raping a woman to go back, and people who came out to protest so that a woman gets justice are attacked by a mob?
Ma'am, Chief Minister gives deadline to CBI to conclude the investigation by Sunday.
Does the Chief Minister of Bengal want to ensure that investigations are not completed in totality? Why is she in a hurry, knowing that these questions are still unanswered? Why did not the Kolkata police bring to justice the officer who has informed the parents that the girl committed suicide? Under whose instruction was that call made? Why is it that a petition says that there was 150 mg of semen found in the girl's body? And why is it that no action, no statement has come out which in some way gives people of our country an understanding as to who the perpetrator or perpetrators of the crime are? Can you imagine a barbaric, brutal act like rape takes place on a floor? Who in the hospital administration thought that renovation should be done? How did that hospital staff know that that area which they hoped to get renovated was also not a part of the crime scene? And is this
That was BJP leader and also former minister Smriti Irani speaking on the horrific rape and murder case that happened in West Bengal, in Kolkata some days ago, of course, that sent shockwaves across the country. And today the protesters were also assaulted. She's talking about how this will lead to a nationwide agitation of sorts. That was Smriti Irani speaking in Calcutta on the Calcutta horror. Moving on to other stories, Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President, has now hit out at people spreading narratives that he says will disrupt the Indian economy. He has said, without taking names, extremely worrying that a person holding a constitutional position asking Supreme Court to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying our economy. This is what Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President and the Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, said today. He was, of course, referring to Rahul Gandhi, who is a leader of opposition, and he was speaking at a law college today in the national capital, and he has said that people holding constitutional positions are asking Supreme Court to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying the economy, and that is extremely worrying.
Jurisdiction of institution is defined by the Indian Constitution, be it legislature,
be it executive or be it judiciary. Jurisdiction, of course, is decided. Constitution provides original jurisdiction, appellate jurisdiction. It provides review also. But we have curative. If you do not focus on these nuances, I wonder who shall do it. Think about it. I got extremely worried when a person holding constitutional position just last week declared in a well-publicized media, I would say, campaign, beseeching Supreme Court to suo motu invoke jurisdiction to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying our economy.
Meanwhile, the head of the interim government in Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus, has spoken to Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. This is the head of the interim government of Bangladesh. In fact, he dialed Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. And the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has said that Muhammad Yunus has assured the safety of minorities in Bangladesh. Remember, there have been at least 200 attacks on the Hindu minority that lives in Bangladesh. It's about 8% of the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi received this call from Bangladesh's interim government head, Muhammad Yunus, today.
हमारे हाई कमिश्नर वहाँ के जो एडवाइज़र हैं फॉरेन अफेयर्स के, उनसे उनकी मुलाकात हुई। उस मुलाकात के दौरान उन्होंने जितने हमारे मुद्दे हैं, द्विपक्षीय मुद्दे में बातचीत हुई। उस दौरान जो वहाँ पर हिंदूज़ हैं और जो हमारे माइनॉरिटी वर्ग के लोग हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा को लेकर भी बातचीत हुई। और हमारा ये मानना है कि हमारा आशा भी है कि जल्दी से जल्दी वहाँ पर नॉर्मलसी आए, ताकि वहाँ पर जो हमारे अल्पसंख्यक के लोग हैं, हिंदू वर्ग के लोग हैं, वो लोग सुरक्षित हों और उनकी सेफ्टी और प्रोटेक्शन का ध्यान दिया जाए।
Moving on, after much outrage, BRS leader KT Ramarao has apologized for his remarks on women, saying that women are busy peeling onions and garlic while using the free bus transport services provided by the state government of India. This is also after a women's panel began the probe into his comments. During a speech to party workers, KTR spoke about women utilizing the state's free bus travel scheme, which was introduced shortly after the Congress came to power in the state. Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister Sitaka, in fact, was among the first to come out and condemn the ex-minister's comments, and she has said that it reflects a certain mindset towards women.
KRS Working President, Mr. KT Ramarao, middle of a controversy, your comments saying that women can peel onions, can stitch, or even get into a breakdance inside a bus has created quite an outrage. Now the commission, Women's Commission, says they'll have a probe, and the minister has asked you for an unconditional apology.
Well, I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. You know, when the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does, in fact, call me, I will respond.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene."
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in
everyone, you're watching NDTV. I'm Maria Shakil, and here are the headlines we are tracking this hour. Protest versus protest in Kolkata over Kolkata rape and murder. Mamata Banerjee takes out rally demanding death penalty for accused. Alleges BJP sending people to RG Kar Hospital for creating havoc. BJP holds another briefing. Smriti Irani tells TMC not to politicize the issue. Election Commission declares poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir to vote in 3 phases. Haryana votes in a single phase on October 1st, counting for both the states on October 4th. Vice President Dhankar raises constitutional propriety question while addressing the students at a law university. He says he's worried about narrative aimed at destroying economy. The interim government head of Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus, dials Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi tells Muhammad Yunus assure safety of minorities. Sharmila Tagore and Manoj Bajpayee starrer Gulmohar wins award for Best Film. Rishabh Shetty gets the Best Actor award. And amidst nationwide uproar over the Kolkata hospital rape and murder, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee today took out a rally in Kolkata. She has also given an ultimatum to the Central Bureau of Investigation that the CBI must submit its probe report and ensure that the accused is hanged till death by Sunday. Mamata Banerjee has said that it's BJP which had sent its people to RG Kar Hospital for creating mayhem. The BJP, meanwhile, has taken a counter-protest in Kolkata as well.
BJP, সব লোকজন BJP পার্টি পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে, মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, ওটাও BJP দিল্লি। আমাদের মহিলা কমিশন তার আগে পৌঁছে গেছিল। নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু হলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে আইবি এসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিপিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, तेरा रेप मेरा रेप की पॉलिटिक्स को बंद करें ममता दी। ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडों की एक फौज इकट्ठी होती है शहर में और पुलिस को पता तक नहीं चलता? ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडे आकर, मॉब आकर अस्पताल में तोड़फोड़ करते हैं और मीडिया की रिपोर्ट ये कहती है उन चीजों के साथ तोड़फोड़ करते हैं जो शायद एविडेंस का हिस्सा है।
Shifting focus to another story now, the Election Commission has declared poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. 90 seats of Jammu and Kashmir will vote in 3 phases, and the election in Haryana for its 90 seats will be held in a single phase on 1st of October. The results of both the assembly elections will be announced on October 4th.
Nomination being on 5th of September, last date of making nomination on 12th of September, date of poll 1st October, and date of counting coinciding with J&K on 4th of October, everything to be over on 6th of October. Elections in J&K will be held in 3 phases. 20th of August, just the next day of the Amarnath Yatra being complete, the 19th, would be the date of notification for the first phase. Nominations till 27th, scrutiny on the next day, 28th, and date of poll will be 18th of September, and it's a Wednesday. We are also keeping that in mind, not keeping Fridays and Mondays to give a longer holiday spell. Second phase would be on 29th of August, and the statutory period of nominations and all, poll being on 25th of September. And phase 3, nomination on 5th of September, and every voting finishing on 1st of October. So counting would be on 4th of October, and everything would be over, bind up on 6th of October.
यहाँ लोगों की अपनी हुकूमत थी नहीं और उसका खमियाजा भी हमने भुगता है। आज चलिए देर आए दुरुस्त आए, इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से 3 फेजेस में इंतखाबात के तारीख का ऐलान हो चुका है और बड़ी जल्दी से जो है ये शेड्यूल जो है समाप्त होगा।
And after much outrage, BRS working president KTR has apologized for his remarks after women's panel also began probe against him. During a speech to party workers, KTR had spoken about women utilizing the state's free, in fact, Telangana government's free bus service scheme, which was introduced soon after the Congress came to power, that he essentially had said and mocked women for peeling onions and garlic and traveling in the free bus service, and had added also that they could use the bus for some kind of song and dance. Later, Mr. KTR apologized while speaking to NDTV.
KRS working president, Mr. KTR Rao, middle of a controversy, your comments saying that women can peel onions, can stitch, or even get into a break dance inside a bus has created quite an outrage. Now the commission, Women's Commission, says they'll have a probe, and the minister has asked you for an unconditional apology.
Well, I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. When the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does, in fact, call me, I will respond.
Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, while addressing a batch of law students, has expressed concern that people holding constitutional positions are asking Supreme Court to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying economy. He was speaking to law students, and his comments were aimed at Rahul Gandhi, who is the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha.
Jurisdiction of institution is defined by the Indian Constitution, be it legislature, be it executive, be it judiciary. Jurisdiction of courts is decided. Constitution provides original jurisdiction, appellate jurisdiction. It provides review also. But we have curative. If you do not focus on these nuances, I wonder who shall do it. Think about it. I got extremely worried when a person holding constitutional position just last week declared in a well-publicized media, I would say, campaign, beseeching Supreme Court to suo motu invoke jurisdiction, to give wings to a narrative aimed at destroying our economy.
Get the magic of the best working for you now. Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Bangladesh's interim government head, Muhammad Yunus, has spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, told Muhammad Yunus that he should assure safety of minorities. In fact, the two leaders also said that they should continue and take forward the bilateral relationships.
हमारे हाई कमिश्नर वहाँ के जो एडवाइज़र हैं फॉरेन अफेयर्स के, उनसे उनकी मुलाकात हुई। उस मुलाकात के दौरान उन्होंने जितने हमारे मुद्दे हैं, द्विपक्षीय मुद्दे में बातचीत हुई। उस दौरान जो वहाँ पर हिंदूज़ हैं और जो हमारे माइनॉरिटी वर्ग के लोग हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा को लेकर भी बातचीत हुई। और हमारा ये मानना है कि हमारी आशा भी है कि जल्दी से जल्दी वहाँ पर नॉर्मलसी आए, ताकि वहाँ पर जो हमारे अल्पसंख्यक के लोग हैं, हिंदू वर्ग के लोग हैं, वो लोग सुरक्षित हों और उनकी सेफ्टी और प्रोटेक्शन का ध्यान दिया जाए।
And it's raining awards for Gulmohar, starring Manoj Bajpayee and Sharmila Tagore. The award, in fact, they have received the Best Hindi Film Category Award in the National Film Awards, which were announced today. In fact, in other categories, the Best Director has been won by Suraj Barjatia for his film Unchai. Best Supporting Actress went to Neena Gupta for her role in Unchai. And again, my colleague Sam spoke to Best Female Singer awardee Bombay Jayashree. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. How does it feel, your first award?
I'm grateful. I'm delighted for this national award, and it's come for this Malayalam song by Pali Francis. Thank you so much for having me.
Tell me about the experience of this particular number. It's called the Chayum Veil for the film Saudi Velaka.
Yeah,
it's a Malayalam film.
It's a Malayalam film, and I sang it for a debutant music director, Pali. It's his first music production. And I remember coming back home and telling my people at home that I sang a very enchanting song, lovely melody. So it was a lovely experience.
Did you at that time imagine that the number would fetch you the National Best Female Playback Singer Award?
Absolutely not.
Tell us about the context of that film.
The what?
The context, the meaning of the film.
I haven't seen the film.
The meaning of the song?
It's a very pleasant love song. And unfortunately, I haven't seen the film.
You have made a remarkable comeback. A few years ago, you suffered a health emergency. You were hospitalized in UK for a long time. Even there, I understand you spent time while recovering writing songs. Tell us about that, how that helped you to make a comeback.
Yeah, so about a year and a half ago, I was on a concert tour in the UK, and it's in Liverpool that I suffered this brain hemorrhage, aneurysm. But what brought me back is music, which is the only thing I know, and God's grace, of course. And my family was with me, my husband Ramnath and my son Amrit, who is a composer and a singer. So he kept nudging me to revive with me. So he kept singing through, and that's when I wrote a couple of songs, one of which is to be released very soon.
Nyabagam.
Yeah, Nyabagam was for the film Varshangal Sesham, or Sangalaka Sesham. I also wrote a Tamil song which is going to be released as an independent song very soon.
And going back to our top story now, with regards to Kolkata doctors' rape and murder, the protests are happening all over the country. Doctors have taken out protests also in Delhi, and similar protests are being held by doctors in Lucknow. I am going to go straight across to my colleague Ishika, who's joining us live. Ishika, where exactly are you? And the doctors clearly are realizing that despite all the assurances, their primary objective is safety, security, and that has to really be assured by the government.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly said, the protests here in the, on the streets of the national capital, they continue. You can see behind me the scenes from here. These are the Resident Doctor Association, in fact, FODA, the Resident Doctor Association under FODA, that are in fact holding this protest march, and they are in fact, marching towards the India Gate. We'll go across. आज आप लोग के मार्च कर रहे हैं, मुख्य डिमांड्स क्या हैं?
मुख्य डिमांड्स यही है, जल्द से जल्दी जो कल्प्रिट है उन्हें पकड़ा जाए, सख्त से सख्त सजा मिले, वहाँ पर जो प्रोटेस्टिंग डॉक्टर्स हैं उनकी सुरक्षा हो। लास्ट नाइट हमने देखा किस तरीके से उनका पूरा हॉस्पिटल वेंडलाइज कर दिया गया, और ये सरकार की और पुलिस की कारस्तानी के बिना नहीं हो सकता। तो हम इसके अगेंस्ट हैं, और हमारा एक और मुख्य डिमांड सेंट्रल प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट भी है। जब भी ऐसी घटनाएं आती हैं हम उसकी डिमांड करते हैं। सरकार हमें लॉलीपॉप दे देती है और कुछ नहीं करती। तो इस बार हम चुप नहीं बैठेंगे, इस बार हम बिल्कुल चुप नहीं बैठेंगे।
डॉक्टर हरीश गुप्ता, मेंबर दिल्ली मेडिकल।
लेकिन सर ये जो सेंट्रल एक्ट की जो बात है, ये आप पहले भी मिल चुके हैं यूनियन हेल्थ मिनिस्टर से, क्या तभी भी एश्योरेंस नहीं मिला था इस पर?
देखिए, सेंट्रल लॉ अगेंस्ट वायलेंस एक इशू है जिसको हम लगातार परस्यू कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आज जिस चीज के लिए हम रोड पे आए हैं, इस सदी का सबसे हीनियस क्राइम देश की बेटी और एक डॉक्टर बेटी के साथ हुआ है। जिन लोगों ने ये क्राइम किया है, पता लग रहा है ये गैंग रेप है, और आज तक वो खुले घूम रहे हैं बंगाल के अंदर, और उसके ऊपर जो हमारे शांति प्रिय डॉक्टर हैं उनके ऊपर हमले हो रहे हैं। बंगाल के अंदर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिल्कुल कोलैप्स हो गया है। जो वहाँ की चीफ मिनिस्टर एक महिला होते हुए महिला पे अत्याचार करते हुए चुप हैं। हम कहते हैं सरकार से इमीडिएटली बंगाल के अंदर राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाए, डॉक्टरों को न्याय दें, सब कल्प्रिट है उनको पकड़ा जाए, डॉक्टरों की सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी इंश्योर की जाए, और पूरे देश में भी डॉक्टरों की वर्किंग कंडीशंस और सेफ्टी के लिए हम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से भी अपनी निवेदन करते हैं, और इमीडिएटली बंगाल में राष्ट्रपति शासन लगा के हमें न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
सर, हम आपसे ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि आज जो है, आज सीबीआई ने एफआईआर फाइल कर दी है इस पूरे मैटर में, तो क्या उसके बाद होप्स बंधी है? आर यू होपफुल नाउ फॉर द जस्टिस?
बंगाल में जो सिस्टम चल रहा है उससे हमें नहीं लग रहा है कि कोई जस्टिस होने वाला है, कि सीबीआई इंक्वायरी कब तक आती है और कितने लोग इसमें इम्प्लिकेटेड हैं। उन्होंने एक फेस सेविंग के लिए एक आदमी को पकड़ करके अंदर कर दिया है, लेकिन हम लोग उसके बाद इतना वैंडलिज्म हुआ है। We are really concerned about the safety of the doctors.
We also have Tanishq joining us from Lucknow. Tanishq, over to you. Help us understand what exactly are these placards and what are the demands of the doctors?
Well, you know, Maria, I am right now at the 1090 crossing, 1090 Chauraha, the 1090 crossing in Lucknow. It is one of the busiest crossing in Lucknow, and all the doctors of the biggest 4 medical colleges in Lucknow today have gathered. This is by far the biggest protest since, of course, the protest began in Lucknow. Around 4 to 5 medical colleges, doctors of medical colleges have gathered here, and you can see hundreds of doctors here have gathered here to protest. Just now, recently, just 5 minutes back, they observed a 2-minute silence for victim. Now, very soon, they will hold a candlelight, silent candlelight march as well. These are the resident doctors, and not just resident doctors, in fact, faculties also of a lot of colleges of 4 biggest medical colleges in Lucknow, and you can see it's of course filled with doctors. And more and more doctors are also joining within a few minutes. Of course, all of them will be holding a silent candle march. We'd like to speak to some of the doctors here. As women doctor, आप लोगों को क्या-क्या challenges face करने पड़ते हैं?
सर, पहले तो एक तो हम अंधेरे में काम करते हैं, वहाँ बहुत सारे, जब नाइट ड्यूटी लगती है, ऐसा नहीं है कि मेल रेसिडेंट्स के साथ लगती है, वी डू इंडिविजुअली, तब ऐसा होता है। हमारे इवन भी बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि इवन जब हम डेथ की न्यूज़ बताने जाते हैं, पेशेंट के घर वाले भी अंडरस्टैंड कि बहुत ज़्यादा डिसहार्टेंड होते हैं, बट समटाइम्स दे डू अटैक। कुछ लोग ऐसे होल्ड कर लेते हैं। It's very difficult for us to work.
So it is just not. It is, although it is definitely about what happened in Kolkata, but it is also more about the safety and security of the doctors as whole. Yes. Over to you, Maria.
All right, Tanishq, thank you so much for getting us those voices. Of course, the concerns of the doctors must be addressed because they are the caregivers. With that, it's a wrap from me. A special show coming up next. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The United Nations has tweeted that in Yemen, severe rainfall and deadly flooding have worsened the already dire humanitarian situation for millions across the country.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and
Hello and welcome to India Ascends. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. This is a show that gives you a ringside view of all that matters to India in the world of global politics and global economics. But first up, the headlines this week. India celebrates its 78th Independence Day. The Prime Minister pitches in with a continued reform agenda towards a developed country goal. Prime Minister Modi also spoke about divisive forces within the country that are derailing prospects. A secular civil code and one nation, one poll identified as key political and social reforms. Big voices this week on India Ascends. The big boss of AI, Nick Bostrom, global geopolitical expert Kishore Mehbubani and former diplomat Vikas Swarup on India at 2030. Seventh round of talks between US and Israel spy chiefs since the Israel-Hamas war broke out on 7th of October last year. Egypt and Qatar are brokering the current peace talks, even as death toll in the ongoing war may have crossed 40,000 mark. Remains to be seen if any truce will stop the retaliation that Iran has vowed after Israel carried out twin assassinations. Ukraine's assault of Russia's Kursk region has made it the largest incursion into Russian territory since the Second World War. Ukraine claims it now is in control of 1,000 square kilometers of Russian territory. Russia has announced a state of emergency. And the World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of monkeypox or Mpox as a public health emergency of international concern, with Sweden and Pakistan reporting a case each. China has said it will monitor individuals and persons entering the country for the next 6 months. Our big story this week. India celebrated its 78th Independence Day. Prime Minister Modi spoke about a continued reform agenda. So how will India chart its next course of action in the field of economics, politics and technology and other such areas, including climate, disaster relief? That is our big story. This is a special India Ascends episode where we do a bit of crystal ball gazing into India's journey to superpowerhood. Is India at 2030 and beyond going to be completely different from how it stands right now, economically, politically, and in terms of the power projection that we've been talking about? On the economic front, India is poised to be a $7 trillion economy, the third largest in the world. On the global political stage, India will be one among the two powers in Asia and play a very active role in shaping the entire Indo-Pacific region and most certainly the Indian subcontinent, which was also going to be the epicenter of a lot of power play in the next 5 years between India, China and America. And as I see India's roadmap to 2030, I envisage 3 clear trends that will take place. First, there will be a definitive push towards building a clear grouping geared to address the China challenge in Asia and particularly in the Indo-Pacific. As India grows, its strategic and security calculus will have to be driven towards addressing the threat China poses. The grouping could be either the existing Quad with a clearly defined territory charter against China, or even a Quad Plus where ASEAN countries could formally be part of it. Remember, ASEAN actually faces a lot of the threat that China poses on waters. The second trend will be a more mature and deeper naval presence in the Indo-Pacific and a clear power projection in Asia. India does not need to build bases far away since it's not an aggressor, unlike a China, but locations like the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which are close to the Malacca Straits, will have to be developed and in fact must be developed to ensure that they are more than just existing research locations. And the third clear trend will be a clear shift towards technology and tech-enabled economy. India is getting on the semiconductor bus late, but that doesn't mean it cannot catch up. And the way to do that is to focus on the assembly, testing and packaging part of the value chain. This is the low end of the semiconductor value chain, where China currently dominates. One where companies can be incentivized to shift operations to India, and one where Every country in the world wants to ensure that they can have that shift. Assured availability and supply of semiconductor chips is a global concern. And I feel India stands to gain significantly if it provides just the right set of SOPs in the next couple of years. To talk on all that and more, let's get in the set of top voices on the show. We've got a lineup of power-packed top voices. First up on the show. Kishore Mehbubani, Distinguished Fellow at the Asia Research Institute, joins me to talk about what could India be in the next couple of years and the India-China power equation as well. Mr. Mehbubani, thanks so much for speaking to me on India Ascents. So my first question, what do you think should be India's moves going forward, directions in Asia and in its neighborhood in the next couple of years that could define its position in the Indian subcontinent?
Well, I'm extremely optimistic for India. You know, there are 193 countries in the world. It's actually quite surprising that the list of countries the number of countries out of 193 countries for which you can feel strongly optimistic for is not very great. But India is on top of the list of countries that you can feel optimistic for. And India's growth is just beginning. You know, it's like where China was in the 1980s, 1990s, and then you saw subsequently how fast China grew. So India is approaching its takeoff phase for its development. And like many people, I'm optimistic for the future of India.
Mr. Mehbubani, I am very optimistic about this, about India's prospects. And that's exactly my next question, which is that you've talked about China and the long game that it plays. How do you see the India-China equation going forward? Because we're talking about a rising India, a growing India, and a slowing China. The two trends coming together.
Well, I think the India-China relationship is one of the most important bilateral relationships in the world by far. And I think if India and China can maintain peace and keep on growing economically, both of them, then frankly, we will have the Asian century that I've spoken about. You know, my book, The Asian 21st Century, when the German publisher published it, I asked them, how many downloads do you expect? They said, we'll be happy if we get 20,000 downloads. But instead of 20,000 downloads, there have been 3.6 million downloads in 160 countries. So it shows you the world is psychologically preparing for an Asian century. But for that Asian century to come about, the two Asian giants, China and India, must be able to get along. And I can tell you that many of the countries in Asia are worried about the China-India relationship, and they hope that there'll be some kind of stability. You know, that China and India will never become close friends. Okay, that's not on the table. But if China and India can maintain a workable relationship and continue to have normal trade and economic relationships, then I think, frankly, both China and India can prosper without necessarily having to become close friends.
Okay, so but what about the power equation, the power dynamics in the Indian subcontinent? Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Maldives. It's the same India-China equation that's coming to play. How do you see it?
Well, I would say, next to India is a region called Southeast Asia. And out of the 10 countries in Southeast Asia, 9 have an Indic base. You know, the civilization of Southeast Asia have been influenced by India dramatically. And most Indians are not aware that the most successful regional cooperation organization in the world is in Southeast Asia. Even though Southeast Asia, with 700 million people, close to 700 million people, is the most diverse region on planet Earth. Yes, 250 million Muslims, 150 million Christians, 150 million Buddhists, Mahayana Buddhists, Hinayana Buddhists, Taoists, Confucianists, Hindus, communists. It's a remarkably diverse region, and yet that is growing incredibly fast. Okay? And I'll give you one statistic. In the year 2000, Japan's economy was 8 times the size of ASEAN's economy, 8 times in 2000. Now it's 1.2 times bigger. By 2030, ASEAN will be bigger than Japan, which was the second largest economy in the world. So there are parts of Asia that are growing and thriving and doing very well. And there are huge economic opportunities for India in Southeast Asia.
This is also a region where there are deep American interests. How do you see America in this power dynamics in this region?
Well, I can tell you that ASEAN, when it was created in 1967, was attacked as a pro-American organization. In fact, both China and the Soviet Union condemned the creation of ASEAN in 1967. And sure enough, ASEAN has amazingly managed to maintain close ties with the United States of America and managed to maintain close ties with China also. And you know, the United States has invested more in the ASEAN region than it has in China, Japan, South Korea, and India combined. That's an amazing statistic, amazing. So it shows you, and at the same time, the China-ASEAN trading relationship is the largest trading relationship in the world. It came to almost $1 trillion in 2022. So you can see, therefore, that Southeast Asia has learned to handle the relations with both China and the US extremely well.
All right, Kishore Mehbubani, thanks so much for speaking to NDTV on what India-China dynamics is going to look like in the next couple of years. But how does India move ahead? What will India look like and its geopolitical equations look like in the next 5 to 6 years? We've got another top voice on the show. That's Vikas Swarup, former diplomat, he's former spokesperson of the External Affairs Ministry, joining me on the show. Mr. Swarup, we speak at a time when India at 2030 conversation is gathering pace. We celebrated the 78th Independence Day. How do you view India in the next 5 to 6 years from an economic as well as a geopolitical point of view?
Yes, I think, look, right now India is in a geopolitical sweet spot. If you look at our entire neighborhood, there's a lot of instability. We are the only bedrock of stability in the neighborhood. And internationally also, India is now acknowledged as one of the poles of the multipolar order. Our HADR capabilities, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief capabilities are recognized the world over. Most importantly, earlier when India was seen as part of the problem, now India is increasingly seen as part of the solution. So I think that is the big change that has come. And come 2030, I think we would be the third largest economy in the world. And that itself will add to India's heft. It would add to India's weight in world affairs. And it would further expand, I think, India's soft power as well as India's hard power.
If India is part of the solution, then tell me, sir, how is it going to now shape the future world order?
No, we are shaping the world order already. I think we will shape it even more in the years to come, because on any important conversation that involves the entire world, whether it is climate change, whether it is cybersecurity, whether it is international terrorism, whether it is global health, you cannot do without India. After all, we represent 1/6 of humanity, which means our voice has to be heard. And more importantly, the decisions that we take in all these vital matters are decisions that will impact the rest of the world. So our voice is definitely already being heard and will be heard even louder in the years to come, just because of the sheer weight that we bring to international affairs in terms of our population, in terms of our economy, and most importantly, in terms of our human resources. Because, India is one of the youngest countries in the world. We will provide probably 25% of the world's labor force.
Mr. Swarup, Kishore Mehbubani just joined me on the show, and the first thing he said was India-China don't need to be friends. They need to find some way of working together with each other. How do you view the India-China equation? Because that's really going to decide the next few years and decades for Asia and the world.
No, security is very, very important. And unfortunately, we live in a neighborhood, which is a bit volatile, which is prone to instability. And then we live next to two nuclear powers, Pakistan and China. So from that point of view, security is paramount. It's very, very important that we secure our neighborhood, because, the whole purpose of India's foreign policy is to secure a favorable external environment for our domestic development. And that is why securing the neighborhood becomes very important. And that is why we have the neighborhood first policy. Because if your own neighborhood is not stable, then how will you move and how will you work towards stability in the wider world? So that's why I think neighborhood first is very important. And, we are forging partnerships with each of our partners, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Bhutan, whether it is Bangladesh, whether it is Maldives, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Myanmar. With all of them, we have ongoing dialogue, we have ongoing cooperation mechanisms. We have contributed in a major way to their progress and development. Of course, we also have to deal with challenges. And I think China is a major challenge. But I think the beauty of diplomacy lies in managing the challenges and enlarging the areas of cooperation and shrinking the areas of disagreement.
Indeed. And for the next 5, 6 years or 10 years maybe, for India to actually take leadership of Global South, how important will be areas like climate change and disaster relief, where India needs to lead from the front?
Climate change is obviously, I think, the foremost challenge facing the world at the moment, because as the UN Secretary General has warned, we are on a catastrophic path to almost 2.3 degrees centigrade warming, which would mean absolute catastrophe for, not only the human ecosystem, but also the animal ecosystem, the plant ecosystem. And that's why, agreements like we had during the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, during the Glasgow summit are important. We have to phase down our use of fossil fuels. We have to increase our use of green energy. We have to, try and make development as sustainable as possible. And I think India is taking a leading role in this. Some of the world's largest solar plants are coming up in India. We have massively upscaled our own use of renewable energy. And I think Prime Minister Modi's vision of this lifestyle for environment is very, very important. Climate change is not just an issue of global warming. It is also an issue of our lifestyle choices. If our lifestyle choices are going to be such, which are going to contribute to global emissions, then, whatever we may do, we are not going to be in a good position. And that's why it's important that we change our own lifestyle. We try to live in harmony with Mother Nature and try to adopt climate-friendly policies, programs, and of course, our own daily schedules in sync with the environment.
Ambassador Swaroop, thanks so much for speaking to me on NDTV. Well, as far as India at 2030 is concerned, it will be defined by India's economic transformation. That, I think, is the most important. 7 trillion, 10 trillion, whatever it may be, that's really going to be the big game changer. It will allow us to be a player in the global supply chain. It will allow us to attract big-ticket manufacturing. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, spoke about reforms. He said this the most in his 11th Independence Day speech, and he said it needs to follow through, whether it is in reforms in agriculture, manufacturing or education, skilling, all that needs to follow through for us to get there to the vision of India at 2030. Add to it the port connectivity, which I feel is most important. Presently, 7 out of the top 10 ports in the world are owned by Chinese companies. That's the reason why they have the export growth that they do. By 2030, India should have at least 2 or 3 major ports in the world. The SEZs around these ports could be the catalyst to push the big-ticket exports. And this will ensure that India becomes part of the global supply chain. Plus, climbing the tech ladder to be part of the high-tech manufacturing story is really going to get us to that India at 2030 vision. Shifting focus now to the first wide-angle story on the show. Whether peace has a chance or not in the 10-month-long Israel-Hamas war, we're going to know that in the next couple of days. It started after Hamas's horrific October 7th attacks on Israel, but now all parties are desperately seeking a truce. They all need it. But it's anyone's guess if it can happen or not. People of Gaza most certainly need it. The report suggests that death toll has crossed 40,000. And in fact, some reports suggest that just clearing the debris is going to take them $700 million, if not more. Israel needs the truce as well, since there's no other way it can get those hostages back. Well, US needs this as well, since the continuation of the war is very bad optics for both the candidates in an election year. And without truce, hostilities in the region will not reduce. Iranian president also needs this truce because he is right now compelled to respond to what is a very embarrassing attack on Iranian soil against the Hezbollah and Hamas commanders. And he'll be deterred only when there is a peace deal. And the truce is also needed for US President Joe Biden. It will be his lasting legacy as he bows out of the Oval Office in a few months. Remember, he is not contesting again. What is it that he takes out from the Oval Office? He could probably take that truce. Remains to be seen whether it happens or not. This second wide-angle show on India ascends today. With 194 million followers on X, anything that Elon Musk says has the power to multiply manifold. The tech billionaire knows that, and he is now at the epicenter of a raging controversy of using his position and his social media platform X to promote what many people feel is actually half-truths, even as he's championing free speech. There lies the irony. From terming UK Prime Minister as too tired to doing a 2-hour-long, very positive, favorable interview with Donald Trump, Elon Musk is now testing the limits of his platform X. Which way this tussle will go will probably decide the fate of the platform as well as the future of free speech argument as well. Remember, UK doesn't have the First Amendment, which means that people actually get jailed. They can get arrested for what they say, and that's happening. When the protests happened in the UK, a lot of people did get jailed for just that. And the question that we're asking today at Wide Angle is that will Musk start a larger overhaul of the free speech laws in Europe, or could he be one of those who could be facing possible imprisonment for violating the existing laws? Only time will tell which way this goes. Well, this is a show where we've got another top voice. As I said, power-packed top voices on the show. And now it's Nick Bostrom, the AI guru, who's talking to me at a time when the world is witnessing conflicts from Russia, Ukraine, and the Israel-Iran one to the turmoil and flux that's happening in Bangladesh. It's the role of technology in stoking some of these fault lines that's really coming to fore. Nick Bostrom talks about that and a lot more. Thanks so much, Professor Bostrom, for speaking to me and speaking to NDTV. The first question, sir, I want to ask you is that what really does India's role is as far as the overall automation process is concerned? How do you see that unfolding, whether from a business point of view, from a social point of view, and the impact this could have for a country like India?
Well, I think maybe the next pin to fall there might be these kind of customer service call centers, where the technology, I think, already is good enough to automate a lot of those jobs. Then I think there will be a new generation of AI, maybe around next year or so, where we start to introduce more agentic capabilities. So far, the sort of leading edge large language models are basically question answering systems. And I think what we will start to have are simple agents that can execute a sequence of tasks in pursuit of some user specified goal. Maybe you can ask it to do some simple, like make a travel booking or something initially, and then it will kind of expand out from there. It will also be interesting to see whether robotics will start to advance. So far, I feel robotics has been lagging a little bit. Like the most impressive AI systems so far have been purely text-based or solving various games. But if robotics really starts to work to the point where you can sort of do a demonstration of a task, like how you fold your laundry, and then you have this kind of Optimus bot or some other bots that can learn to do that, then that would open up a much larger scope for automation of various manual tasks as well. It will be a fast-moving field over the coming decades, I'm pretty sure.
Professor Bostrom, AI also scares a lot of governments. Are there enough guardrails in place? Is enough being done about it?
There might be enough for the current generation of AI systems, but AI, as I said, is a rapidly moving target. And the guardrails and regulations will need to be able to adapt very quickly as the technical capabilities AI systems advance. We can just look back a few years ago and see how big the difference is between what the current generation of language models can do compared to what was possible 5 years ago. And then if you extrapolate a few years into the future, we might see an equally large or even greater leap in capability. So I think regulators will need to be very fast moving and keep informed, and we shouldn't imagine that we could sort of now define the ideal regulatory solution, put that in place, and then sit back and watch things unfold. This will need to be adapted almost in real time.
Professor Bostrom, this is India Ascends, and I have to ask you, how do you view India's role in shaping AI and technology tools of tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert on India. I know it has a strength in software, and I think that could be leveraged to, I mean, ultimately AI is kind of software. You need big chips to run it, but I think there's an opportunity there to get in on this AI transition early, and then that could unlock huge opportunities for the future. And I think AI will be a central factor that determines the shape of things to come.
Professor Bostrom, many thanks for speaking to NDTV. And with that, we've come to the end of India Ascends. But I leave you with this video this week, which is of the 4 air chiefs of India, Spain, France and Germany who flew in a formation as part of the multinational exercise Tarang Shakti that was held in Sulur in Tamil Nadu. Take a look. With that, it's a wrap on this very special edition of India Ascends. Thanks so much for watching.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's 3rd largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back.
Good evening, everybody. The most important poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana have been announced by the poll body Election Commission of India, and there is also a nationwide protest of doctors that continues to agitate against the horrific rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata recently. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin, but first, the headlines. It's protest versus protest in Kolkata over the rape and murder of a junior doctor recently in state-owned RGKR Medical Hospital. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and also TMC Chief, has taken out a rally today demanding death penalty for the accused. She has alleged that the BJP is sending people to RGKR Hospital. BJP has held a counter briefing, and Smriti Irani, BJP leader and former minister, has asked the TMC not to politicize the issue. Election Commission has declared poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir will vote in 3 phases, 18th and 25th of September and 1st of October. Haryana will vote in 1 phase on the 1st of October. Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana counting will be on the 4th of October. Important statement by Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Mr. Dhankar has raised constitutional propriety. He has said that he is worried about the narrative that's aimed at destroying the economy. Bangladesh interim government head Muhammad Yunus has called Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that Mr. Yunus has assured the safety of minorities in Bangladesh. National Film Awards have been announced. Gulmohar has won the Best Award for Best Film. Rishabh Shetty, who is the Kantara actor, has won the Best Actor Award. In the midst of nationwide uproar over Kolkata hospital rape and murder case, West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee took out a rally in Kolkata today. She has given a Sunday ultimatum to the Central Bureau of Investigation, the central agency that has taken over the probe, the instructions of the Calcutta High Court to ensure that the accused is hanged till death by then. Mamata Banerjee has said that it is the BJP which has sent people to RGKR Medical Hospital. BJP meanwhile took out a counter protest to Kolkata. BJP leader and former minister Smriti Irani accused the TMC of politicizing the issue.
BJP, সব লোকজন BJP পার্টি পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে, মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, ওটাও BJP দিল্লি। আমাদের মহিলা কমিশন তার আগে পৌঁছে গেছিল। নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু বলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন, রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে এসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিপিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, तेरा रेप मेरा रेप पॉलिटिक्स को बंद करें ममता दी। ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडों की एक फौज इकट्ठी होती है शहर में और पुलिस को पता तक नहीं चलता? ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडे आकर, मॉब आकर अस्पताल में तोड़फोड़ करते हैं और मीडिया की रिपोर्ट्स ये कहती है उन चीजों के साथ तोड़फोड़ करते हैं जो शायद एविडेंस का हिस्सा है।
So as you know, this horrific rape and murder in Kolkata has also set shockwaves across the country, with several cities coming out in protest. One of my colleagues, Ishika, is there in New Delhi today, and she's also reporting on the doctors' protest. Remember, doctors across the nation are asking for safety protocols to be put in place. Ishika, tell us, what is the sentiment on ground, and what kind of resonance do you see with the doctors of Kolkata, especially after this vandalism incident and also the rape and murder that happened in Kolkata recently?
Well, Vasudha, there is certainly a lot of anger, among the resident doctors, even here in the national capital, and that is why we are seeing that a series of protests are being held by various resident doctors association. In fact, today also the FODA, which is an association of the resident doctors, they held a march from Safdarjung to India Gate, and we are in fact present with some of the doctors here. I'll go across to them. You are also a female doctor. How do you see that incident, and especially, what are the demands right now that you currently have?
So first of all, I want to say that I am a proud nurse, and we nurses stand with the doctors and women of this country. So we have to tell that justice and safety, these two things are the demands that we are putting forward through this march. So that's it. These two things you have to just make sure that we the women of India are getting in this.
So certainly, we are seeing that there's a lot of anger among you all as well. Certainly, because the incident was very horrifying and the way the investigation was held. But as of now, what are your primary demands? Are you also demanding for a Central Protection Act from the government?
Yes. As we can see that they have stopped us in between. We have to reach the India Gate, but they have stopped us in between. So we want that our march goes till the end, and we want some more doctors, some more nurses, and all the healthcare professionals with us, so that we can fight for the women of the Bengal or a daughter of India.
So certainly, as you heard here, the female doctors and nurses here, they were certainly very angry. Sir, we want to know from you, even today you were holding this protest, but you were stopped by the police here. That day we saw when the students were carrying out protests in Kolkata, there was vandalism there. So how do you see this? And do you think that after this, you'll get some concrete assurance from the government side?
Actually, ma'am, I just want to tell you that earlier it was a student movement going on, but now the Indian Medical Association, with each and every branch all over the country, has now decided to support all the student movements, and it is now going to be a pan-India movement. And initially there are hiccups, but we are not going to relent. The movement is going to be persistent, and until and unless our demands are met, we are not going to stop.
So certainly, as you heard here, the doctors continue to say that they are going to continue to hold protests until and unless their demands are met. And certainly they are demanding for a Central Protection Act. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what will be the government's role now, and will they listen to the demands of the doctors or not? That certainly remains to be the bigger question. Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika, for those critical details. Reporting on the national capital of the state of doctors. Tanishq, over to you next. You've been tracking doctors' protest in Lucknow for many days now. In fact, you gave that wonderful line, "Save the saviors," which is what doctors of Lucknow have been saying for the past few days. Tell us, has the anger subsided a little bit? Because, since the vandalism incident took place, doctors are, they're more angry now. They're demanding answers, and they're also wanting that special central law which will safeguard their rights.
Well, of course, Vasudha, the vandalism incident was, of course, a pivotal point. It reignited the protest again, because before that, the FODA had actually met the health minister, and the RDS across of medical colleges were discussing whether or not to continue the strike and the protest. But after that incident, their resolve became even stronger, and they said that the protest and the strike will continue no matter what. Now, today, of course, as the days pass by, the protests have been intensifying. Today, for the first time, all the medical colleges, around 4 to 5 medical colleges of Lucknow came together and protested at the 1090 crossing, which is where I am right now. I would like to show you. They also, there was also a small candle march that was held, and today UPRDA is holding a candle march across all the RDAs of medical colleges are holding a candle march as we speak. So of course, the protests have definitely intensified. This is by far the largest protest in Lucknow since the protest started. But again, what are the demands? Because it is very important to hear what are they actually demanding. What are your demands actually? क्या चीज़ आप लोग चाहते हैं बदलाव हो सिस्टम के अंदर जिसके लिए प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है?
सबसे पहला बदलाव तो यही है कि वी वांट जस्टिस. द अक्यूज शुड बी पुट बिहाइंड द बार्स एंड देयर इज नथिंग दैट वी कैन से बिकॉज इट इज़ अ वेरी हाइनियस क्राइम दैट हैज हैपेंड अगेंस्ट आवर फीमेल कलीग बिकॉज वी आर ऑल्सो सेकेंड ईयर जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स एंड द अक्यूज शुड बी पुट बिहाइंड द बार्स. सेकेंड इज द सेंट्रल प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट शुड कम इनटू फोर्स एंड देयर शुड बी मोर सेफ्टी फॉर एवरीबडी वर्किंग इन द hospital and all the campuses because it is high time that we take such action seriously and do not take it lightly because this will continue and go on and on if we are not going to take a step today and for a better future tomorrow.
For a better future tomorrow. One small word from you. We are running out of time. क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आप? एक छोटा सा.
एक बात है कि हम डॉक्टर दिन रात एक करके आप पब्लिक के सर्विस के लिए लगे रहते हैं, लेकिन आज एक भी पब्लिक हमारे सपोर्ट में नहीं आ रहे हैं. पहली बात तो डॉक्टर वो बाद में है, पहले वो लड़की है, वो समाज की लड़की पहले है, बेटी पहले है. डॉक्टर सेकेंडरी है, कोई पेशा प्रोफेशन उसका डॉक्टर है. ये इसलिए नहीं कि हम लोग डॉक्टर हैं इसलिए हम सपोर्ट में आए हैं. डॉक्टर के साथ तो हम हैं ही, लेकिन वो पहले बेटी है, वो देश की बेटी है. वो बंगाल की हो या कहीं की भी हो, वो देश की बेटी है. और पूरे हम और लोगों से अपील करना चाहते हैं, पूरे देश से अपील करना चाहेंगे कि सब लोग एक साथ आए. वो देश की बेटी है और इस पर कोई भी पॉलिटिक्स नहीं होनी चाहिए. जो भी है जजमेंट पूरा क्लियर आना चाहिए और जो भी आरोपी है उसको हैंग किया जाए, फांसी के अलावा और कुछ दूसरा, और जितना जल्द हो उतना ही जल्द उसका डिसीजन लिया जाए और तुरंत उसको सजा दिया जाए.
Speedy justice.
Also, at the same time, we don't want scapegoats. The real
fair investigation and speedy investigation and speedy justice is their clear demand, and of course the safety and security of doctors across India. Yes.
One more.
Well, thank you, Tanish, for joining us with those details. Also, my colleague Ratnadeep, who reports for the NDTV from Guwahati, has voices from the ground in Assam. He has spoken to doctors there. Let's listen in to what they said.
With the rest of the country, in Guwahati, the junior doctors of Guwahati Medical College have started their protest against the brutal rape and murder of the lady junior doctor in Kolkata's RG Kaur Medical College. Here you can see these are the junior doctors of Guwahati Medical College, which is the biggest government medical college not only in Assam but in Northeast India, and they have taken themselves off from non-essential services, although emergency and all the essential services are going on in full scale. But this is a sit-in demonstration, a sit-in protest by the junior doctors. They're carrying placards saying "Save the doctors." They want justice for the lady doctor who have been brutally murdered and raped. We would like to talk to one of them. What's your name?
My name is Dr. Rajeshri Das. I am an intern doctor.
Across the country, doctors are protesting. There is complete outrage. What are your demands?
We are also protesting for, we want justice. At the immediate action should be taken against the culprit. CBI should investigate the case, and secondly, we want the Central Protection Act to implement for the safety and security of the doctors, because doctors aren't safe, and the incident which has occurred, it should not be a problem of the only medical fraternity. It is a problem of the entire country. The entire country should stand against this kind of crime.
Also, talking about the kind of protest that we have seen, and when women actually claimed the night across the country, not only in Kolkata, then we saw the very horrific incident of group of hooligans entering the medical college, vandalizing it. How young doctors like you see it? After seeing all this, do you really feel safe at your workplace?
Actually, we don't feel safe. Earlier we used to work the night shift, the day shift. It was the same. We never imagined in our wildest dream that something like that could happen in your workspace. We thought the hospital was the safest of all places. But now after that incident, we have started to not feel safe. whenever we work the night shift, whenever at night we are roaming the hospital due to some work, or some unknown person enters the ward at night, we don't feel safe.
Well, meanwhile, the Election Commission, which is the poll body that looks at elections in India, has declared poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana Assembly elections. Jammu and Kashmir will vote in 3 phases. There will be single-phase voting for Haryana. Rajiv Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner, accompanied by Sukhbir Sandhu and Gyanesh Kumar, made these announcements today. Jammu Kashmir Phase 1 will be held on the 18th of September, followed by 25th of September and also 1st of October. Haryana will vote only on the 1st of October. The results of both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir will be declared. The counting will take place on the 4th of October. Let's listen into what the CEC said today and also the political reactions that came up for the story.
Nomination being on 5th of September. Last date of making nomination on 12th of September. Date of poll 1st October. And date of counting coinciding with J&K on 4th of October. Everything to be over on 6th of October. Elections in J&K will be held in 3 phases. 20th of August, just the next day of the Amarnath Yatra being complete, the 19th, would be the date of notification for the first phase. Nominations till 27th, scrutiny on the next day, 28th, and date of poll will be 18th of September, and it's a Wednesday. We are also keeping that in mind, not keeping Fridays and Mondays to give a longer holiday spell. Second phase would be on 29th of August, and the statutory period of nominations and all. Poll being on 25th of September. And phase 3, nomination on 5th of September, and every voting finishing on 1st of October. So, counting would be on 4th of October, and everything would be over, bind up on 6th of October.
Well, let's also look at how political parties reacted to today's announcement.
यहाँ लोगों की अपनी हुकूमत थी नहीं और उसका खमियाजा भी हमने भुगता है। आज चलिए देर आए दुरुस्त आए, इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से 3 फेजेस में इंतखाबात के तारीख का ऐलान हो चुका है और बड़ी जल्दी से जो है ये शेड्यूल जो है समाप्त होगा।
देखिए, चुनाव आयोग ने आज तारीखों का ऐलान किया है। 1 अक्टूबर को हरियाणा प्रदेश के विधानसभा के चुनाव हैं। हम जो चुनाव आयोग ने तारीखों का ऐलान किया उसका स्वागत करते हैं। हमारी पूर्ण तैयारी है। हमारी सरकार मिशन मोड के अंदर लगातार पिछले 10 वर्षों से काम कर रही थी और अब भी लगातार आने वाले समय के अंदर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम हरियाणा के अंदर बड़े मैंडेट के साथ सरकार बनाएंगे। मैं उनकी घोषणा का स्वागत करता हूं और सभी दलों से, और ये अपील भी करना चाहूँगा कि हम भाईचारे से मिलकर के शांति प्रिय ढंग से इस चुनाव को पूर्ण करेंगे।
Meanwhile, after much outrage, BRS leader KT Ramarao has apologized for his controversial remarks after a women's panel began probe. During a speech to party workers, KTR had spoken about women utilizing the state's free bus travel scheme, which was introduced shortly after the Congress government came into power. And KTR had said that he had no problems with women cutting vegetables or even doing a break dance. Of course, Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister Sita Akka has condemned these comments, and she has said that it reflected a certain mindset towards women. KTR, of course, has, in an interview to my colleague Uma Sudeep, has apologized for his comment. He has rendered an unconditional apology, saying that the comment was made in a lighter way.
బస్సులు అలవెళ్ళిపోయారు తప్పని మేము ఎక్కడన్నాం అక్క, మేము అనలే. కాబట్టి దానికోసమే బస్సు పెట్టిరని మాకు తెలియక మేము మామూలుగా నడుపుకున్నాం ఇన్ని రోజులు. మాకేదో తెలియకపోయా పాపం, మీరు అప్పుడే చెప్తే బాగుండు. బస్సుల కుట్లు అల్లికెళ్ళితే తప్పని మేము ఎందుకంటాం అక్క. ఎక్కువ పెట్టు బస్సులు తన్నుకుంటాను మంచిగా లేదు పెట్టు మనిషికో బస్సు పెట్టు మేమెందుకు అంతట మనిషికో బస్సు పెట్టు మంచిగా అంత కుటుంబం పోయి మంచిగా కుట్లు అల్లికలు అవసరమైతే బ్రేక్ డ్యాన్సులు రికార్డింగ్ ఏం చెప్తారో చేయరు మేమెందుకు అంతట ఏమంటారు చేయండి కానీ ఇట్లా ఈ రకంగా బస్సులలో కొట్టుకునే పరిస్థితి ఎప్పుడైనా ఉన్నారా కేసీఆర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు సీట్ల కోసం కొట్టుకున్నాడు సిగలు పట్టుకున్నాడు గుద్దుకున్నాడు ఎన్నెన్ని చూస్తున్నాం కొత్త బస్సు అన్నారు.
TRS working president, Mr. KTR Remarks, middle of a controversy, your comments saying that women can peel onions, can stitch, or even get into a break dance inside a bus has created quite an outrage. Now the Women's Commission says they'll have a probe and the minister has asked you for an unconditional apology.
Well, I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue and I was saying things in jest, when the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters etc. is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does in fact call me, I will respond.
Meanwhile, the winners of the 70th National Film Awards have been announced, celebrating the best in cinema from 2022. Gulmohar, starring Manoj Bajpayee and actor Sharmila Tagore, has won the award in the Best Hindi Film category. Best Actress has gone to Nitya Menon in the movie Tiruchitra Balam, and Mansi Parekh has won it for Kutch Express. The Best Director has gone to Suraj Barjatia for the movie Unchai. Unchai has also won the Best Supporting Actress, Neena Gupta, and the Best Supporting Actor, Pawan Malhotra. I earlier spoke to the Best Supporting Actress, Neena Gupta, for her award, Best Supporting Actor in the film Unchai. Let's listen into the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta, for speaking to NDTV, and congratulations, ma'am. This is a great, recognition of the kind of effort that you put in a movie which was seriously seen ahead of its time. How was your experience working in the movie? And first of all, what was your first reaction when you heard that you have been awarded this?
So my manager called me and he said that tumko ye mila hai. So I said, what? I said, check it again. So I said, before I tell my friends and family, check it again, whether it's true. I don't believe it because it's been a long time since the film came out. So Achanak, I didn't know that they are going to announce national awards. So it was great surprise.
Okay. Ma'am, when Unchai came out, I had this thing in my mind that, from Dil Chahta Hai to Rang De Basanti, every film on friendships has focused on young people, right? This was about people who are past their middle age. So what was the big life lesson that the movie gives out, and why do you feel happy being associated with a movie like this?
Yeah, it had a lot of hidden message. Not just hidden message, it's said also in the dialogues also that till you die, it's not over. Your life is not over. And you can do what you want to do, what your body allows you to do. And here, all these people who were not very young, who went up to the Everest base camp, you can at least try. Just don't give up. If you can't do it, you can't do it. So I think that's a very good message for everybody, not just like actors, for everybody, because mostly we give up. I mean, people my age are retired and they have given up on life.
Yes.
Well, judicial digital infra push in Kerala. Kerala High Court has taken the lead. High Court has set up the first digital High Court branch in Kollam. In fact, the CJI, the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud himself has launched Kerala High Court's digital branch, the first digital court for Negotiable Instrument Act cases.
I'm absolutely certain, I'm confident to say that we have one of the best systems in the country. By utilizing open source technology, we built OnCourt and integrated it into our infrastructure after rigorous security audits and testing. So none need be afraid about security because we have used all cutting edge technologies possible for this. And in addition, This has helped us enhance our existing CMS as well.
I wish all success to this venture, and I am sure that under the leadership of Mr. Mushtaq, many more such projects would come. I wish all success to this. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Well, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Are you with your city? Do you take action beyond just venting on social media when your city floods or runs out of water? As we mark the 78th Independence Day, it's time to think about what each of us can do to make our cities more livable and sustainable. Simple steps like careful waste segregation and home composting can make a big difference in our surroundings. Welcome to the Urban Agenda, where we dive into how you can actively contribute to improving your city. I'm Manisha Natarajan. Joining me are the leaders of citizen-led organizations who have made a significant impact by bringing people together for the common goal of improving our cities. Shishir Joshi, founder and CEO of Project Mumbai. Tarun Sharma, he's a co-founder of Nagrika, and Divya Narayanan, executive director at jhatka.org. Thank you so much for joining me, all of you. It's a wonderful day to be talking about citizens' participation, isn't it? 78 years of independence, and I think it's time we stop cribbing and moving to action. Shishir, my first question is to you. Project Mumbai now has spearheaded two major citizen-led initiatives in the city. Beautification of 29 Mumbai railway stations, largest citizen-led public art initiative, and the plastic recyclathon, which was actually recognized by Limca Book of Records as the largest citizen-led plastic recycling initiative. So my question is, how are you able to galvanize and motivate citizens to come together for such efforts in a city like Mumbai?
Manisha, I think today and every day is a good day for people to start. I would put it that way. Well, having said that, Mumbai is a chaotic city, but I also believe that there is a kindness bone in each one of us. All we need to do is to kind of trigger that kindness bone. Very often when we get people to say, do this, most people say, okay, that I might do it just once. But important to excite people in the space that they want to do, and the area which is geography that they are comfortable with, and the time that they have, and which is what Project Mumbai's strength has been. We just are not into A and B and C things. We've actually got 40 different initiatives that are working simultaneously, because if today Manisha says, I'd like to do sustainability, then you have plastic. Tomorrow you might want to do art, then there's the railway station initiative. Then you may want to donate a book, and we are setting libraries in municipal gardens. You want to map a road, then you have a mapping opportunity. You want to do something in fire safety. So we've created a menu. It's almost like a mall of volunteering that we try to do here. Can we make Mumbai the country's kindness capital? Because we believe that people have the kindness here. So it's not one opportunity. And that way people have responded because there is one segment of the community which loves to give their time. But there are those, which is maybe 3/4 of them, who are not sure what they want to do. But whenever we talk to people, people say, I'd love to do, but I don't know how to go about it. And that's the community we are trying to kind of bring together to say, we'll tell you how, but I'm not telling you what I want you to do. I'll tell you what you can choose. And that's how the community grows. Manisha?
So how large is your team to actually reach out to such a, it's a dense city with 9 crore people, in fact, maybe more if you take larger MMR. How do you reach out to people? How do you decide which areas will you work in? What causes you? Give me a very interesting example, Shishir. People care, they just don't know how to. If you offer them a menu of things that they can do, they will connect with at least one of them and allow them to do that within that area of comfort, or at least the geographical area where they can be present. Am I correct in understanding? So my question is, how much muscle, manpower, technology do you use to make it happen?
So let me be very brutally honest. We are now on the threshold of technology, but it's largely been the passion space and creating good ideas which resonate. You refer to the plastic recyclathon. Again, we try to simplify, de-jargonize anything. So we are not talking about climate change. We are not talking about global warming. We are just saying, donate your plastic waste, we'll pick it up. So the spoon that you would have otherwise thrown into a landfill, now we collect it, we recycle it, and we show it back to them to say the bench that you're sitting on is made out of that recycled plastic. So the habit of giving starts from there. We actually become the popular raddiwalas or the kachrawalas, but then they say, okay, these guys are doing such good work. What more? And then say, okay, do you have something else to give? What can you give? Okay, something as simple as a book. What will you do with the book? Because the process is transparent. We are setting up libraries in municipal gardens, and then we are setting up libraries in prisons. Now, the oh wow element starts. Then we have the beach cleanups, which is again one of the largest initiatives in the Limca book, where we say, come on, the moment I say come and clean up rivers, because beaches are not the places where solutions can take place. You really need to clean the rivers because that's where the muck is. But the moment I say, Divya, Tarun, Manisha, come to a dirty river and soil yourself in, you'll never come back again. But I say, come to the beach. That's a very fancy proposition. And we all love to go to a beach. But when you come to a beach, you clean up, your eyes get wide open to say, there's so much of kachra here. And then when you're out there, you get excited. Then you say, okay, here are 5 other things you can do. Everybody goes back to the story. They click selfies. It's almost like when you go to a mithai wala. I offer the mithai wala. You've gone there to buy one set of mithai. You have a focus in your mind. But the mithai wala says, aap ye try karke dekhiye. This is free. Now, you are reluctant because it's free. You're not sure what's the catch. The mithai wala says no catch at all, no strings attached. And when you taste that, you say, okay, I like that. We get you to the beach. You come here to the beach because this is the beach and you clean up. And then I say, okay, do you know that you can set up a library? Do you know that you can be a fire safety champion? You can map the road which is next to your house and it can change lives. There's a good boat in everyone. Okay. We're just trying to, as I said, trigger that boat, Marisha.
All right. So what I'm hearing also is, all right, Mumbai becoming a kindness capital, and you've started on that journey in earnest. However, if the task is very difficult, like river cleaning, then there will be reluctance. So I'm going to come back to you and say, when are you going to tackle that? But let me take on the digitization of the citizen initiatives. Divya, Jhatka.org. Now, you are actually focusing on digital campaigning organization, which brings citizens together to take actions on issues that matter. Now, tons of these are happening. There's Change.org, where petitions are signed, etc. My question is that how impactful are they to really see change on the ground? Because a lot of times you have thousands and lakhs of signage of petitions, but really does administration move? Unko aap hila paate hain, like we say in Hindi?
Great question. So for us at Jhatka, the petition is just one of the tools that we use to engage citizens. It's just a front-facing method to get citizens on board to the campaign. A lot happens after. So we engage people. I think it's important to engage people both online and offline. I think social media in the online world plays a very important role in starting and continuing conversations around issues that people care about. It's important for awareness generation, changing mindsets. But what's equally important is connecting the offline and online. So while having these conversations is important, showing up offline becomes even more important. And that's how we make it more effective. So we get people to show up to meet with their local decision makers. Our decision makers are not only active in their rooms, but they're also quite active on social media. All of our agencies, most civic agencies have an online presence. They're encouraging people to use their portals and their apps or even just on the phone. Like, for example, at Jhatka, we've gotten several of our citizens to call their local decision makers and engage them and ask them for a particular demand or an action that we're demanding. So I think it's very important to complement the online with the offline.
Give me 1 or 2 examples of things or changes that you've been able to bring about with an online offline coming together.
Sure. So there are a few. In fact, in Bangalore, we've successfully saved hundreds and thousands of trees, because in Bangalore, I think one thing that people are very proud of is it being called the Garden City of India, and that is something that's it's an emotional part of Bangaloreans, and so people really do show up when they need to save their trees. And so even last year, we got a stay order on a flyover that was unscientific in Bangalore, which would have actually led to the felling of over 50 heritage trees that have been there for hundreds of years. And so for that, we got 35,000 people. It was a hyper local campaign in one small area of Bangalore. But 35,000 people got on that petition and joined the campaign. But we also then combined it and complemented it by forming a core group of citizens who would go and engage with decision makers, go have meetings with them, speak to them, engage local population, have localized events where those trees were being cut. We got children and elderly involved. We got children to tie like little hearts around those trees that were earmarked for being cut. And so all of that sort of pulls on your heartstrings. And we had a very engaged core group of citizens on ground who were really driving this, and we were just supporting them. So that's been one of a big victory last year as well.
Okay, so you're also in a city which is far more responsive and citizens are. I wish you would come 100%. Bring Jhatka to Delhi and see where there's a lot more armchair activism than actual groundwork. But we'll wait for you to come here. Tarun, let me come to Nagarika. Very interesting space you operate in. There is innovative research happening on how to improve citizen engagement. You also look at trends. You also look at issues. So give me a flavor of how does Nagarika work to get citizens involved and drive meaningful change with their, let's say, administrators?
Yes. So Nagarik essentially is a think tank. We started as an organization co-founded by two small town citizens who saw our smaller towns existing in a black hole of knowledge vacuum. And the idea behind Nagarik has been to make such knowledge available which can allow people to take action and create conversations. And a focus of work has been in small and mid-sized cities. And one of the key trends that we have been seeing, and we've been engaging with multiple network partners across such smaller cities, where they are able to galvanize people to come together for a common cause. So 3 top things that we've seen is that if there is an issue that affects them deeply, or if they have found an alternative pathway or an example that shows them a reality which is much better than they are living in, and if they have people who can lead them and galvanize them. So to give an example of the first one, so we've been working through a Nagarik Connect program in Udaipur, where the lakes in the last 20 years have been deteriorating. And this is an issue that affects them directly. And it has been a cultural landmark for most of those people who've been living through generations. And they have seen its idea of cultural tourism change into more wedding tourism. And this is an issue which also binds them because it's impacting their health on a daily basis. There are a lot of kidney and stomach-related diseases that have started happening in the last 5 years. Mm-hmm. So this is an issue that has brought a lot of citizens together. And they are coming together to ask administration to make changes and bring technology that can help clean the lakes. Then the second part is where they have an alternative pathway. And this is, again, as I said, that there has been a knowledge vacuum. And as an organization, this is the knowledge vacuum that we've been trying to fill, that there are active citizens and organizations and individuals who have found alternate pathways for improving the situation that they are in. For example, in Bangalore, there is an organization with whom we have been working with for some time, and they realized that Bangalore was able to create ward committees. So they took a legal route, but they were able to get ward committees constituted, and now they are going one step further, where they want to get ward sabhas and area sabhas also legislated in their city, and use that as a model of waste management as well. And they have seen what Alapua has been doing, and they know that there is an alternative universe that exists, which they can bring in their own cities. And third is if there are people who can lead and galvanize them. And in smaller cities, I think that is one common trend that we have seen. Like in Coimbatore, again, there is an organization called Siruthalli with whom we have been working with. And they are an industry organization. And they were the ones who first started the idea of reviving some of the lakes that had been there for millennia. And they galvanized people around they gave a call, and more than some 500 hectares of lakes were cleaned in 2003. And because they kept up with the efforts, and Siruthalli as an organization was leading as an industry organization, eventually Coimbatore Smart City also took up that same initiative.
Of course, and they're wearing a big badge saying that, we've cleaned up all the cities and developed this fantastic, lakefront walkways, etc. But yes, citizens and
But they showed the
governance,
way.
if it
Yeah, they
comes
showed the
together.
way.
I'm going to come back and after this break and ask all of you on how to make these into mass movements. All of you are doing wonderful work. The impact is there, and you say citizens are getting engaged. But I feel that this can be a far larger movement. I'm going to come back to you for ideas, so stay with us.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, Listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of
How involved should you be in the governance of your city? What are the different ways you can help make your city healthier, more livable and sustainable? That's what we are focusing on today. How engaged are the citizens? I mean, what is the kind of pool of citizens are you able to draw in that NGO effort that you make?
So people have
And would you want
problems.
more of them to join? That's an important question.
Absolutely. We've still, despite being the go-to organization in the most chaotic city of the country, we still have touched about 10% of the people. But what we have managed to reach out to our children, the working class, housewives and senior citizens all put together, because we also live in a city where trust has a huge deficit. We tend to believe that the government is not doing enough. And we talk about public-private partnerships. And in all this, we forget people. So what we managed to do is a public-private people partnership where we get citizens involved to say, you tell me what your problem is. And I think taking forward from what Divya spoke about, also, our entire effort is to create a hyper-local kind of a space of engagement, the place where you live. So all our engagements are also 100 meters of where you live, work and play. So one very interesting kind of initiative we've started off is Naksha. Mumbai has 19,000 roads. Now each road, and like Delhi, like Bangalore, like Udaipur, every road has a name. Most of us don't even know who these people are. So there could be a Manisha Natarajan road, I'm sure somewhere sometime in your life. But we don't even know who these people are. We just say take a left from SV road. What's SV? Take a left from Dr. B.A. road. Now we get citizens to the road that you live. Can you map the history of that road? We are building the cultural history of Mumbai like no other city has done, engaging citizens and students. So different areas we are involving in, trying to create a collaborative philanthropy, reducing the trust deficit and making Mumbai and also creating the country's largest ecosystem of volunteers.
Volunteers, fantastic. So everyone watching and living in Mumbai, please reach out to Project Mumbai and figure out what you can do. Also to Jhatka.org. Unfortunately, we've completely run out of time. I had so many more questions. Divya, can you give me a very short answer on how would you like your impact that Jhatka.org is doing to get broad-based and more citizen involvement? And a quick then final note from Tarun. Divya?
I think so. There is a Harvard researcher, their name is Erica Chenoweth. They talk about how any movement needs just 3.5% of the population to get involved. And that 3.5% of the population can turn it into a movement. And when we go hyper-local, that number becomes really small and that's easier to tackle, right? And I think it's important to galvanize the people who are already interested and enthusiastic so that we're able to create FOMO for the other people and have them bring more and more of their friends and family into the movement. And so they then become the people who we call convince the persuadables. You know, there are people in the spectrum who are not sure about whether they should do anything, should they join the movement. Once you have enthusiastic people, they can bring in the persuadables. I think that's the only way to have like a...
So grow in concentric circles of kindness, starting from very passionate people. Tarun, very quick wrap out from you on how to broad-base this.
So I think as knowledge generators and as a think tank, I think for us, the journey started with creating ideas and expanding the realm of thought that already exists in helping people reimagine the reality that they're living in. So I think for us, we've been pushing the envelope of thinking about smaller cities and mid-sized cities, that how people can actually make a change based on what already exists. And I think that is the way in which we hope that more people will galvanize at what Divya was saying, that if we get those 3.5% people, and that's a network that we're creating in multiple smaller cities, more than 25 cities that we have.
Thank you so much. More power to all three of you. Three different genres of work being done. Shishir, Divya and Tarun, thank you very much for joining us on this Independence Day special.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thanks to all of you. Let's hope we all find the time to actively make our cities better rather than just being on social media. That's important too. Keep that up. But let's really engage where it matters and contribute to our city's improvement. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. ECI has declared poll dates for the crucial assembly elections of J&K and Haryana. Meanwhile, a nationwide protest of doctors continues to agitate against the horrific rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata recently. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin. But first, the headlines. ECI declares poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. J&K will vote in 3 phases, which is 18th and 25th of September and then 1st of October. Haryana will vote on the 1st of October. J&K and Haryana counting will be on the 4th of October. More protests and agitations across the country with regard to the Kolkata horror case. This is with regard to the horrific rape and murder of a junior doctor in Ajit Medical Hospital, which is state-owned. Mamata Banerjee today marched for justice. The Chief Minister of West Bengal has claimed that it's the BJP that is sending its people to Ajit Hospital. BJP leader Smriti Irani has hit back at Mamata Banerjee, asking her not to politicize the rape. BRS working president KT Ramarao has mocked women for peeling onions on free bus rides. KTR has said they are free to break dance on the bus. Telangana minister has hit back, asking would he do the same to his sister. After outrage, of course, KTR has apologized in his speech to workers. He has said that the remark was made in lighter vein. Judicial digital infra push. Kerala High Court sets up the first digital branch at Kollam. CJI, in fact, has launched Kerala High Court's digital branch. ISRO has launched Earth Satellite Mission. ISRO's third successful SSLV launch. Observation satellite has been placed in the orbit. Meanwhile, 70th National Film Awards have been announced today. Atom is the best feature film. Gulmohar has bagged the best Hindi feature film. The best actor award has gone to Rishabh Shetty for his performance in Kantara. Best supporting actor has gone to Neena Gupta. Well, it's an important day for India's selection calendar. The ECI has declared poll dates for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir will vote in 3 phases, starting with 18th of September, then 25th of September, and of course, 1st of October. There's going to be a single phase voting for Haryana. J&K first phase will be on the 18th of September. Remember that the elections in Jammu and Kashmir will be held amidst a spike in terror attacks and also a clamour for the democratic process to kickstart in the Union territory. Of course, in Haryana, the situation is different. Both Congress and BJP backed 5 seats in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, calling it even Stevens. So clearly, this is a priority state for the opposition and also for the BJP. The counting of votes will be done on the 4th of October.
यहाँ लोगों की अपनी हुकूमत थी नहीं और उसका खमियाजा भी हमने भुगता है। आज चलिए देर आए दुरुस्त आए, इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से 3 फेजेस में इंतखाबात के तारीख का ऐलान हो चुका है और बड़ी जल्दी से जो है ये शेड्यूल जो है समाप्त होगा।
देखिए, चुनाव आयोग ने आज तारीखों का ऐलान किया है। 1 अक्टूबर को हरियाणा प्रदेश के विधानसभा के चुनाव हैं। हम जो चुनाव आयोग ने तारीखों का ऐलान किया उसका स्वागत करते हैं। हमारी पूर्ण तैयारी है। हमारी सरकार मिशन मोड के अंदर लगातार पिछले 10 वर्षों से काम कर रही थी और अब भी लगातार आने वाले समय के अंदर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम हरियाणा के अंदर बड़े मैंडेट के साथ सरकार बनाएंगे। मैं उनकी घोषणा का स्वागत करता हूं और सभी दलों से और ये अपील भी करना चाहूँगा कि हम भाईचारे से मिलकर के शांति प्रिय ढंग से इस चुनाव को पूर्ण करेंगे।
Okay, joining us now is our excellent team of reporters, Sunil Prabhu, who covered that very important press conference of the ECI. We have Nazir joining us from Srinagar, and we also have Gurpreet Chinna, who tracks Haryana and Punjab very closely for us. Sunil, you were at that very critical press conference today, and of course, Rajiv Kumar did entertain us, inform us so many of his shairis, which was expected. Tell us, what are the critical takeaways from the press conference today?
Well, 3 important key takeaways from the press conference. One, of course, as you saw, the Election Commission saying and explaining the reason for why they haven't held it for Maharashtra or, for that matter, Jharkhand, and has also hinted at the possibility of doing it with the state of Delhi later on, because he said there were 5 states. They decided to do it with 2 states, that is Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, because they required it, adequate security forces. It's in that backdrop that you've seen a little bit of a backlash from Maharashtra leaders, people like Aditya Thackeray, who have said when you talk about a one nation, one poll, and you're using paramilitary forces, then definitely it's not an even face. So that's definitely a huge sign and a message that has come from the main political adversary of the BJP in Maharashtra, not happy with the fact that Maharashtra, which was to go to the polls along with Haryana, has not been done. Having said that, the Election Commission understands very importantly that all eyes are on it in the next few months. In fact, the international world will be looking at Jammu and Kashmir, the first election after a decade, first election as a union territory, and the first election to ensure that it would be in a free and fair manner, given the fact that it hasn't still got its statehood.
Right. Thank you, Sunil. Over to you, Nazir. There's an important point that Sunil has talked about. This enthusiasm in voting was something that we saw in Kashmir with constituencies like Srinagar, Anantnag and also Baramulla registering a very high voter turnout, something that Rajiv Kumar, the CEC, also mentioned today. So what is the reaction to this announcement of elections in J&K? Omar Abdullah had just a few hours before the election press conference posted on X that he's hoping that the announcement comes today. So clearly this is a surprise and a good one at that.
Well, it was a surprise for many people, including the J&K administration, who were taken by surprise and they didn't even issue orders. Most of even orders are still coming. More than 200 transfers have been made during this today, including district SPs of 10 districts, DCs of 5 districts, and large number of other IPS, IES, IFS officers, and the J&K service officers as well. But this election is much more beyond these, just a vote, because in Jammu and Kashmir, people have given their lives for the right to vote, fought against militancy, and boycott calls. But what was the biggest strange thing for the last 6 years? People were saying why elections are not being held. So the long wait is over today. There was, as I said, everybody was cynical if elections are happening, because year after year, they were saying, oh, it's happening next year, then it's happening next year. It was not happening. But Supreme Court has set a deadline of September 30. During Election Commission's recent visit to Jammu and Kashmir, Chief Election Commissioner said he will factor in keep in mind the deadline set by the Supreme Court while announcing the poll schedule for Jammu and Kashmir. And so clearly, he stood by what he said. And importantly, in this election, Government of India, you have to deal with the same players which were existing here in Jammu and Kashmir. before 2019. There was a lot of effort to create new political players, but that has not happened. It's the same National Conference, same Congress, same PDP, the BJP allies, or who are perceived to be BJP allies, have not done well in the parliament elections. For example, Congress, BJP, NC alliance.
Right.
They were contested together. They have got 41.7% votes in parliament elections. Why we are making parliament elections as a reference point? Number one, it is after the delimitation. It is after Jammu and Kashmir was divided into two union territories. So we cannot make, election of 2014 as a reference point, because we have to not just it is the recent election, but it is also the after delimitation and after division of the Jammu and Kashmir state. So then it comes the BJP, it is 24%. PDP has got just 8% votes. And the other parties which were, propped up, they have literally not done well.
Okay.
So it is very, very interesting election, historic, the first election post abrogation of Article 370. Political parties are saying it is not just a beginning.
Right.
Actual promise there should be the restoration of the state, which has been promised by the center, and Supreme Court during its verdict of Article 70 had given two important directions to the Election Commission and the center. One was hold election by September 30 this year, and restore statehood of Jammu and Kashmir as soon as possible.
That's been an important demand of political parties. To you, Gurpreet, Haryana is going to vote on the 1st of October. This is one state that's priority for both, BJP and the Congress. Both of them won 5 seats each. There is Haryana, non-stop Haryana versus, of course, 10 saal ka hisab, though the campaigns have really begun on a very aggressive note. What is the kind of sentiment on ground, and how are political parties looking at this announcement?
Well, first we will talk about the BJP who is ruling in Haryana state. We have seen for the last so many days, multiple policies have been announced by the Chief Minister, a newly involved Chief Minister, Naib Singh Saini. We have seen today at about 9 a.m. he has given a bonus to the farmer. As of now, what we can understand, the undercurrent of Haryana politics, for the BJP, there is a challenge for farmers, because they have to woo the farmers, and for that they have been doing a lot of hard work so that they will be able to allure the farmers by giving various bonus. If we can talk about the Congress side, we have seen the Congress has already initiated its campaign, and Haryana Mange Hisab, that is being led by the Member Parliament Dipinder Hooda, who is also son of former Chief Minister of Haryana Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and he has been camping in the various districts so that they will be able to reach at the grassroots level, and they will be able to make a contact with the voters personally. If we can talk about the other parties, we have seen INLD, that is also one time where it was very strong regional party, and that had already been divided into within the family. We have seen INLD is being run by Abhay Singh Chautala, and he has just recently forged an alliance with the BSP so that they will be able to get the vote share from the various pockets of Haryana. At the same time, JJP, that is led by Dushyant Singh Chautala, that also camping at the various districts. Now, if we can talk about the issues which are prominently coming from the various political party and from the people of Haryana, we have seen the Congress is saying that youth are unemployed, and they are also talking about the leakage of paper, and so many paper have been leaked. At the same time, they are also trying to get political mileage from this former protest which has been held at the national capital, and we have seen these Congress people, they are trying to woo all type of the voters. For the BJP, if we can talk about their strength, they have been claiming for the last 2 terms they have given good governance. So let's see that how in the coming days the political equations are going to be changed.
So the battle lines have been drawn. Thank you,
BJP,
Gurpreet. Thank you, Nazir, and thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us. Clearly a very important day in India's election calendar, with the ECI announcing dates for the very very critical assembly polls of J&K and also Haryana. Now, in the midst of this nationwide uproar over what happened in Kolkata hospital, first the rape and murder and then the vandalism that took place on the eve of Independence Day, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who is also the chief of TMC, took out a rally in Kolkata today. She has given Sunday ultimatum to the CBI, which has taken over this case at the instructions of the Calcutta High Court, and she has basically asked for the accused to be hanged till death. Mamata Banerjee has said that it's a BJP. She's in fact claimed that it's a BJP that sent people to RG Hospital, which is where the rape and the murder took place, and also the vandalism that took place on the 14th of August. BJP's Smriti Irani, former minister, has hit back at Mamata Banerjee now, asking her not to politicize the rape and the murder.
বিজেপি সব লোকজন বিজেপি পার্টি পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে, মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, ওটাও বিজেপি দিল্লি। আমাদের মহিলা কমিশন তার আগে পৌঁছে গেছিল। নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু হলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন, রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে এসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিপিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, तेरा रेप मेरा रेप की पॉलिटिक्स को बंद करें ममता दी। ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडों की एक फौज इकट्ठी होती है शहर में और पुलिस को पता तक नहीं चलता? ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडे आकर, मॉब आकर अस्पताल में तोड़फोड़ करते हैं और मीडिया की रिपोर्ट ये कहती है उन चीजों के साथ तोड़फोड़ करते हैं जो शायद एविडेंस का हिस्सा है।
बीजेपी
Moving on, at a time when the country is debating safety for women in public spaces, BRS working president KTR Rao has outraged women in Telangana by mocking their free bus rides, saying that they are free to cut vegetables or even stitch sweaters while they're traveling on the buses in Telangana. Of course, he has apologized now, saying that the comment was made in lighter vein. The Congress party has not taken lightly to this, with the WCD minister of Telangana, Sitaka, reacting very strongly to this and saying that this reflects a certain mindset in politicians about women.
Effigies burnt of BRS working president KTR Rao to protest his comments mocking the free bus scheme for women, saying women were free to peel onions, sew and knit, and even do a break dance in the free-to-travel state-owned buses in Telangana. Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister says KTR's comments were derogatory and that it reflects a feudal mindset.
Comments is very badly. Women are very hard workers. Women are very hard workers. They don't have much time because they are doing outside duty, and after that they went to their homework also, kitchen and children's and husband, keeping house, so many works. Then they are respecting their own work, srama. You are compare dance. Dance is different. Then their own work is traditional work, daily work is different.
The Telangana Women's Commission has ordered a probe, after which the BRS leader apologized and called it a slip.
I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. When the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does, in fact, call me, I will respond.
KTR's comments were apparently meant as a political jibe at the ruling Congress's welfare schemes. But it comes at a time when women across the country are demanding safety in public spaces and also respect and dignity inside and outside their homes. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Meanwhile, will the Mahavikas Aghadi finally agree on a chief ministerial phase for Maharashtra? This is the question that allies are asking. Months ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly elections, UBT Shiv Sena leader Uddhav Thackeray today said at the joint rally that the MVA should campaign with a CM phase. This, of course, is not the first voice that has come from Shiv Sena, that is led by UBT, which has been pushing for Uddhav Thackeray as the chief ministerial phase of the Mahavikas Aghadi. But, of course, the Congress has made it very clear that this is a decision that will be taken after the polls are over. Uddhav Thackeray said that Aditya Thackeray said that he was okay with anything that the allies suggested, but in the midst of reports of differences in the Mahavikas Aghadi, was this just a show of unity before the polls?
Months ahead of Maharashtra Assembly polls and amid ongoing discussions and disputes over the chief ministerial phase, UBT Sena leader Uddhav Thackeray, while addressing MVA's grand rally in Mumbai, emphasized that the alliance must enter the election arena after announcing the name of its chief ministerial candidate. He assured that he will back any candidate announced by his allies.
मी आज सगळ्यांसमोर स्वच्छ सांगतो की पृथ्वीराजजी तुम्ही आलात, पवार साहेब तुम्ही आलात, तुम्ही आत्ता तुमच्यापैकी कोणाच्याही मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा जाहीर करा, उद्धव ठाकरेचा त्याला पाठिंबा असेल.
Despite murmurs of dispute between Congress and UBT Sena, Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole said that the priority of alliance is to win a majority in the elections. He said the chief minister will be decided collectively by the leaders of the three parties.
मुख्यमंत्री कोण बनायचं ते सगळे नेते बसून ठरवतील, ते तुमचं आमचं काम नाही. आणि त्या माध्यमातून आपण महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार, एक बहुमताचं सरकार आणण्याचा संकल्प करून या ठिकाणी तो आपण सगळे जाऊ.
Even as MVA leaders repeatedly took a dig at state government's Ladli Behan scheme at the rally, calling it election campaign gimmick, Sharad Pawar once again hit out at the centre, warning that the constitution is in danger and called for unity among opposition parties.
संविधानावरचं जे संकट आहे ते पूर्णपणे गेलं असा निष्कर्ष काढण्याचे दिवस नाही. आणि त्याचं प्रामुख्याने कारण आज देशाची सूत्र ज्यांच्या हातामध्ये आहेत, त्यांचा या सगळ्या संविधानात्मक संस्था, विचारधारा आणि तरतुदी यांच्या सवयीची आस्था नाही.
In the ruling Mahayuti camp, NCP leader Ajit Pawar has decided to not contest elections from Pawar Bastion Baramati. He says if the party decides, he has no objection to his son stepping in and contesting in his place.
ठीक आहे, देऊ. शेवटी काही लोकशाही आहे. मला तर फार काही त्याच्यामध्ये रस नाही आहे, कारण मी 7-8 निवडणुका केलेल्या आहेत. त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये जर आमच्या जनतेचा तसा कल असेल कार्यकर्त्यांचा, तर पार्लमेंटरी बोर्डामध्ये जरूर तोही विचार केला जाईल.
MVA is trying to put up a united front ahead of assembly polls. But will Uddhav's statement saying the system of choosing chief minister from the party that wins maximum seats is flawed lead to internal conflicts? Only time will tell. With video journalist Hemant, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
Well, we've heard of online trials and online court hearings in the time of COVID, but there's more judicial digital infra push. Kerala High Court, in fact, has taken the lead in this matter. The High Court has set up the first digital High Court branch in India. This happens to be in Kollam. In fact, Kerala High Court has set up the first digital branch of a court in Kollam. It was inaugurated by CJI D.Y. Chandrachud himself today. The first digital court for Negotiable Instrument Act cases is now operational.
Certain, I am confident to say that we have one of the best systems in the country. By utilizing open source technology, we built OnCode and integrated it into our infrastructure after rigorous security audits and testing. So none need be afraid about security because we have used all cutting-edge technologies possible for this. And in addition, this has helped us enhance our existing CMS as well.
I wish all success to this venture, and I am sure that under the leadership of Mr. Mushtaq, many more such projects would come. I wish all success to this. Thank you, Jai Hind.
The announcement of the 70th National Film Awards has been made, where films like Kantara, the Malayalam film Attam and KGF Chapter 2 have been recognized along with artists such as Manoj Bajpayee, Pawan Malhotra, Neena Gupta, who have also been awarded National Film Awards.
The Best Feature Film Award for Malayalam film went to Attam at the 70th National Film Awards. The Best Popular Film Award is being awarded to Kantara. And Gulmohar is being awarded in the Best Hindi Film category. Punniyin Selvan 1 by Mani Ratnam has been chosen for the Best Tamil Film and Kartikeya 2 for Best Telugu Film.
Most of the cinema जो जिनको award दिया गया वो rooted in Indian ethos है, folklore है, family values का cinema है, सब कुछ है. पर खाली एक जो मुझे surprise लगा है वो है RRR का ना होना लिस्ट पे. RRR 222 की सबसे पॉपुलर फिल्म थी और उसी का मेंशन नहीं है. That is the only shocking thing that I felt.
The Best Actor Award went to Rishabh Shetty for Kantara. Best Actress was shared by Nitya Menon for Tiruchitrabalam and Mansi Parekh for Kutch Express. The Best Director Award went to Suraj Bajatia for Uchai, while Pawan Malhotra won Best Supporting Actor for Fauja, and Neena Gupta received the Best Supporting Actress Award for Uchai. In the music categories, music composer A.R. Rahman will be awarded the National Award for the background score of Punniyin Selvan 1, while music composer Preetham will receive the award for Brahmastra 1, and singer Ajit Singh will be honoured for the song Kesariya from the same film. With Atul Ranjan from Delhi and Prashant Shishodia from Mumbai, this is Abira for NDTV.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
This week on India Ascends. Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. BRS working president and former Telangana Minister KT Rao apologized on Friday for his remarks regarding the free bus ride scheme for women in the state. His remarks, which referred to videos of women stitching sweaters, peeling vegetables on buses, had sparked a controversy. Telangana Minister Sitaka had slammed KTR's comments, calling them highly objectionable towards women. For long, we have seen state-sponsored bus rides as empowering to women, a win-win situation for all, a move that gives mobility to women and also increases their exposure and confidence in a society that often sees them as a burden. But this show is not about KTR, his apology, or even free bus rides. It's about the language that people see as perfectly normal when they want to insult women, the mindset that prevails and often is dismissed with just an apology, the scars that it leaves on women, the same women who have been protesting not just in Kolkata but across the country, seeking safety and justice. Joining us now is a group of experts. We have NV Subhash, who's the Telangana BJP and former Prime Minister PV Narasimha Rao's grandson. We have Kishwar Desai, who's an author. We have Sridhar Reddy, who's the senior spokesperson of the BRS. We have Asma Tasleem, who is the Congress spokesperson. We also have Brinda Adige, who's a social and women activist. Thank you so much for joining. But before we go to our guests, let's also take a look at this report by my colleague Uma Sudhir.
Effigies burnt of BRS working president KT Rao to protest his comments mocking the free bus scheme for women, saying women were free to peel onions, sew and knit, and even do a break dance in the free-to-travel state-owned buses in Telangana. Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister says KTR's comments were derogatory and that it reflects a feudal mindset.
Comments is very badly. Women are very hard workers. Women are very hard workers. They don't have much time because they are doing outside duty, and after that they went to their homework also, kitchen and children's and husband, keeping house, so many works. Then they are respecting their own work, srama. You are compare dance. Dance is different. Then their own work is traditional work, daily work is different.
The Telangana Women's Commission has ordered a probe, after which the BRS leader apologized and called it a slip.
I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. When the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does in fact call me, I will respond.
KTR's comments were apparently meant as a political jibe at the ruling Congress's welfare schemes. But it comes at a time when women across the country are demanding safety in public spaces and also respect and dignity inside and outside their homes. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Okay, going across to Rahula Sridhar Reddy, who represents the BRS here. Sir, your party is in the dock here. I know Mr. KTR has apologized for this comment, but clearly there are better ways of criticizing a social welfare scheme by your opposition, isn't it?
First of all, I would like to say that he already has expressed his apology. And he gave an explanation also to NDTV also in the afternoon today. And KTR, for the information of all, is a IT and Industries Minister in Telangana government in the past 10 years. And he's a very sensible leader, a leader who always behaved properly in the public life, and is known for it. And suddenly yesterday, during the conversation, there was a slip of tongue, and it was nothing intentional. It was not to insult anyone, and he had great respect for women, and never there was a case, never there was such incidents happened in the past by him or any of the BRS leaders rather did this kind of thing. So here, what I suggest rather, instead of making it big, rather to drag it, when he personally, immediately yesterday, the moment he understood, he realized that this has created a kind of outrage in the public, he immediately came forward and apologized for the same thing. Clearly said it's a slip of tongue. So my request to all the people, political parties or the associations,
so when it comes
whomever,
to women, we've always been hearing the slip of tongue, and we always dismiss this as a a comment that has been made in a lighter vein. I'll go to Brinda after this, but first NV Subhash yesterday.
This is not a lighter vein. This is not a lighter vein. I mean it. And
no, not you, sir. KTR said that the remark was
me.
made in a lighter vein. You, of course, have said what needs to be said because you also represent the party. Mr. Subhash, yesterday the Prime Minister, while addressing his first Independence Day under Modi 3.0, said something very critical. He said that, people need to fear consequence, when it comes to crimes against women. What is your party's position when it comes to comments like this? Because, comments against women are not just the BRSs or Congresses. There seems to be a patriarchal mindset that works specifically in politics, and that is often used to vilify women, not just political workers but also voters.
Exactly. Yesterday, when Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji was addressing him, he made it clear that his government's priority is the safety of the woman and empowerment of women. When we see in the UPA government, there are so many cases against women atrocities, and there was no bill which has been passed in the Legislative Assembly or in the Parliament. But whereas Modi ji has very clearly said that the Women's Reservation Bill, which represents around 33% in the the Parliament as well as the Assembly, in the upcoming elections also we are going to make it the passable, and it will happen in that. So as for the manifesto, we are very clear that women should be representing, because almost 50% of the women in the country, the population, the women represents in that. And when we see the safety, especially in the Kolkata, where RGK medical student was raped and then the gang rape, and Mamata Banerjee being a woman, she could not tolerate this kind of outrage throughout the country. And ultimately, after 7 days, she has given the CBI the consent. And for the viewers' information, either India Alliance or the Congress Party has never spoken anything about this incident which happened in the Kolkata, where the whole Western world also, the media has also been taken into the consideration, where it has been very clearly said that women are the targets in some of the parts of the country. And when we see in Telangana, for your information that from 2014 to 2019, when BRS party was in power, there was no woman minister, and even the women, the commission also represented by men.
Okay.
After Bharatiya Janata Party has made it a point that women should be included, then in 2019 they have included only 2 women in that. And when this kind of incidents happen,
right?
This remarks is really it's just insulting to the women. And Bharatiya Janata Party always claims that women are not being treated in Congress Party or in BS Party, whereas we, even in assembly elections or in
Okay,
our
let me go
office
across
bearers in
to
the party
Asma.
also. Women
Asma,
represent
when it comes to
30%.
the
This is
Congress
what
party, there are limitations to defending allies. When Samajwadi Party came up with these, very objectionable comments during the Women's Reservation Bill, or when a DMK leader, in fact, said that, when objectionable comments are made by India allies, there are certain limitations that even the Congress party faces. I remember when Shanti Dhariwal in Rajasthan said something really bad about women, none of the Gandhis actually stood up to talk about this. So what are your limitations when it comes to, defending women against this language that normalizes not just aggression, but also violence, and also, in some ways, the rape culture that we witness around us?
The tweet from Rahul Gandhi
Okay,
came
Asma,
out
before you
yesterday.
speak, we have to just cut you short. Apologize. My colleague Maria Shakil has a very important interview. Kolkata is in the news. Safety of women is being debated. And over to you, Maria.
We are being joined now by the Governor of Bengal, C.V. Ananda Bose. Mr. Bose, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by asking you of the protests. Since the protests are continuing with no solution in sight, and the Bengal Chief Minister says that there is some kind of politics at play here as well. She has blamed the left and the BJP over what happened, behind, they were the reasons behind vandalism which happened. How do you see all these developments playing out, sir?
Vandals and scandals are marring the civic life of Bengal. As a protest is going on outside on the streets of Bengal with its political overtones, I was in my room interacting with some youth. They happened to be the medical students. They told me, please deliver us from the fear psychosis. Please give us protection. We have no security inside the campus. Now, we have no security outside the campus. That is a wailing of the youth, particularly the medical youth. Some of the girl students told me, sir, we have nowhere to go. We have no security. Our parents are pressing us. Leave the profession. Give back the money, bond amount. Come back. Life is more important than this. One of the girls said, sir, I am a medico. I am going to be posted in the rural areas. These goons will follow me there. There's total fear psychosis everywhere among the youth. And youth are not creations of the past or custodians of the present. They are creators of the future. It is the same youth who are taken to medicine. They come and tell me these frustrations. We are not secure. Please give us security. This is a wailing which I heard from them. What happens on the street in the name of politics, that's none of my business. But the fact remains that there is growing fear in Bengal society. The last 20 months, I have seen instances of violence in the field, in the rural areas, in connection with the panchayat election, in connection with the parliament election. Violence everywhere. Is this the normal situation in any state? And this all this happening in Bengal, which Gopal Krishna Gokhale once said, what Bengal thinks today, India will think tomorrow. Is this the same Bengal? Is it the same Bengal of which Rabindranath Tagore said, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high? Chitta jata bhai shunno, ucha jata shir. There is a degradation. Democracy is plummeting into mobocracy. That is a distressing spectacle that we see around us. That is what worries me as a governor, not the political rallies which are going on outside.
Okay. Governor Bose, since those medicos who met you, they were seeking security and protection from you. Today was also the day that the Kolkata police chief came out with a detailed response, and he has also responded to the charge that was being leveled against the Kolkata police that there has been no cover-up or delay in filing of the FIR. In terms of investigation, now that the investigation has been taken over by the CBI, are you confident that there will be justice for this 31-year-old who was brutally raped and murdered?
CBI, as you know, is a prime investigating agency of the government. I trust they will be able to bring out the truth very soon.
Okay, and in terms of security, what assurance have you really given the medics who came, to you seeking proper protection and facilities?
I have given clear instructions to the Chief Minister upon the authority vested in the Governor under Article 167 of the Constitution of India. Number 2, I am taking up the matter with the Government of India. Number 3, as an interim measure, I have opened what is called Abhaya Home in the Raj Bhavan. Any student who feels threatened can come here. They will be the honored guest, valued guest of the Governor. And whatever other long-term measures are to be taken, I have already taken up with the state government as well as with the central government, including adequate legislation guaranteeing security for the medicos and the paramedicos in the hospitals. I don't want to explain the whole thing here. A 20-point agenda has been given for implementation, and also the National Medical Council has been requested to visit the place, listen to the grievances, and take immediate action. Everything that is possible for confidence building will be done.
Since you say that you will be taking up the matter with the centre, is there a possibility, or are you thinking that there is a need for a president's rule in the state?
That is not what I meant. As far as security of the medical students are concerned, there are certain specific suggestions which I have shared with the state government as well as with the Government of India.
Okay, since you will be sharing those details with the Government of India, there is this opposition demand that there should be president's rule imposed in Bengal. How are you looking at it? Because you also say that there is fear psychosis in the state.
Demand is a demand. Let us see what the supply is. As governor, I would like to be circumspect on such issues. Constitution has many options. I reserve my options right at this moment. I am constrained. I do not want to come in the public domain on what I am going to do next under the Constitution of India.
And Governor Bose, how do you look at the role of the Chief Minister and the present Bengal government in this entire episode?
Chief Minister is a chief. Cabinet has collective responsibility. Whatever happens in the state, first responsibility is that of the Chief Minister, second responsibility is with the Chief Minister, third responsibility is with the Chief Minister.
Okay, so if the responsibility is totally with the Chief Minister, are you hopeful for a solution soon? Or are you sensing, because this entire protest is not just limited to Bengal, it has escalated and spread all over India, where doctors are protesting and demanding safety and security for themselves, and rightly so, because they are our caregivers. The least that we can do is to ensure them that they are safe.
I am getting anxious calls from the medical fraternity all over India. There is a fear among them. The medical fraternity, which stood as a one-man army against COVID and saved this country, we owe it to them. They don't deserve such a treatment. It is said medicines can cure disease. Only a doctor can cure patients. That is importance of the medical fraternity, the entire medical fraternity, including the paramedics. We cannot avoid them. We cannot let them down. I see frantic calls from all over India expressing anxiety in the matter. The nation has to rise together. Bengal has to take the steps. Certainly this road has to be stemmed. It cannot be too late for that. It is something in which all of us are responsible. All the stakeholders, the state government in particular, has to take the lead. We should come together, keep together, work together. Coming together is beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. It's high time that we come together, keep together, and work together to give protection to the medical fraternity as a whole.
My last question to you, sir, and this is regarding the questions being raised about the transfer and also what is being seen as the promotion of the principal of the RG Kar Medical College, that he has been promoted to another college and which is rather a most prestigious college. When his conduct has been most insensitive one, he could have displayed empathy, he did not. Instead, he did victim shaming.
The law will take its course. About the same person, I was told today, arrest has been made. There is nemesis which will happen. I do not want to comment on the transfer of a junior officer, but we know what is happening. We know who is at fault. We know where the truth lies. That realization is more important. I stop at it now.
All right, Governor Bose, appreciate your time here on NDTV. Governor of Bengal there, CV Ananda Bose, speaking to NDTV soon after he met several delegation of medical students expressing concerns.
So we're debating the importance of language in normalizing aggression towards women. Asma, I'm sorry I cut you short. Tell us, how is the Congress party looking at something like this? Is there any initiative by the new Congress party, renewed Congress party, when it comes to sensitivity towards women, specifically in everyday language?
Hi, thank you for having me here. Let me start with the conversation as soon as Congress formed the government in Telangana. So let me start with the behavior, conduct of BRS party towards the welfare schemes of Congress. So for BRS party, every people's welfare scheme introduced by the Congress has been a subject of mockery. So they have been, since the day one they started to drag down Congress on this pitch. However, forgetting the fact that all these people's welfare schemes are accepted by the people of Telangana. And the very fact that the Telangana people are the one who have rejected BRS out of power and gave power to Congress. So contrary to the claim of KTR saying that the schemes, the free bus ride scheme to the women, is of no use, and women can do breakdance and peel onions, etc., etc. All his comments are targeted not just towards women, but also Congress party's free welfare schemes.
Absolutely.
So this is something which I have to inform him that the scheme, the women empowerment scheme, was adopted by Telangana Congress after it has been a success in the neighboring state Karnataka, where the studies have suggested that the scheme has helped the women for the proper connectivity. That has helped them to join the more workforce, and it has aided the GST factor of the state.
Absolutely. Let me take this question to Keshwar Desai. You know, ma'am, as an author, how do you see the importance of language? Because, you know, and this is a question I'd like to ask Brinda also, you know, when it comes to social welfare schemes, I don't see so much criticism of any other scheme when it comes to free bus rides. People don't like it that, you know, women are mobile, they have the freedom to take a bus ride to wherever they want, and they feel that, you know, women are just this is just wasted money. It's completely unfair, but how do you see this, ma'am?
Well, I think firstly, it has nothing to do with only the free bus rides. It is a general attitude towards women. And what we are seeing today is a complete disconnect and dissonance between the male politicians particularly and also some of the women politicians to the reality in which Indian women exist today. Part of the reason for these free bus rides is not only to give them a free pass everywhere. It is also for their own security, because all of us women who have traveled in Indian buses, and so have I, have been victims of eve teasing, of harassment, of all kinds of things. So this is a safe and secure space which is given to women, but let that be as it is. What we are talking about today is that despite the fact that there has been the most horrific rape which has happened in Bengal, which should have been a wake-up call for all politicians across the board. It should have been a moment where we all step back and say, isn't it time we begin to look at women's safety and security and give them some respect? And here I would not include only the politicians, I would also say all across the board. This includes people who are running the most malicious campaigns against women on social media. Right. This includes our actors who sometimes take on roles of extreme violence towards women in cinema, who are also in one way or the other actually attacking women, whether they're doing it physically or not, but they're creating a space where it is absolutely fine. You can say anything you want about a woman today. So I somewhat disagree with the Congress spokesperson that this is only about a particular scheme and only to bring down the Congress. I don't think so. There are many other ways in which people can bring down another political party.
Okay,
all these comments are anti-women comments.
Absolutely.
And I think we need to call them for what it is. And the moment women spokesperson...
last comment from you. I'm completely out of time. Last comment from you. I'm sorry, ma'am. Last comment from you.
Yes, what we need to understand is we are a largely patriarchal country. And in this patriarchy, misogyny and sexism, dialogues and statements, this language that does not seem to be any dearth, they continuously want to insult and humiliate women and nobody calls them out. There is no ethical language with any of the politicians in any of the parties. Some of them are a little careful, but other than that, nobody is pulled up by their party for this kind of a language or this kind of a mockery or retrograde statements. Until and unless the parties don't pull up their leaders, these men and women, like the other person said, will continue to use this language of insult and humiliation against women. Now, why is it so? They are upset and they are angry also that women are also the biggest voters.
Right.
Every party bets their win or loss on the women, and they are angry. Probably KTR is angry on this, but it is not just KTR, it is also others. Now the party politician leaders must take up this responsibility for ethical language to show dignity and respect to all women. This is not a favor they are doing to us.
That's absolutely very well said. I think it's a lot of anger that comes towards women for voting for a certain party, for voting for what is really good for them. Thank you so much for joining me on this broadcast. Gender equality is clearly an issue and it begins with everyday language. That is something all of us have to think about. Thank you so much for joining us. Keep watching NDTV for more news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy.
From climate change to disaster relief.
Leading the global south.
All this and more
only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Hello everyone, this is The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. A 31-year-old doctor was raped and murdered last week in a seminar room at RG Kar Medical Hospital in Kolkata in West Bengal. She had gone there to rest after a 36-hour-long shift. The victim's post-mortem report revealed blood was oozing out of her private parts, eyes and mouth, indicating she was brutally thrashed and subjected to genital torture. This has led to nationwide protest by doctors. But the strike is not only about the Kolkata doctor who was brutalized. It has now become an outcry of a country where women are demanding safety. Doctors are demanding safety. The sense of outrage among women in India about the Kolkata murder has been compounded by the insensitive response by people in authority, starting with the principal of the medical college who asked why she was resting alone at night in the seminar room. The case has again brought back the dark memories of 1973, when 25-year-old Aruna Schonberg, a nurse at Mumbai's premier King Edward Memorial, was sexually assaulted by a ward boy. So vicious was the attack that the chain cut the oxygen supply to Aruna's brain. By the time she was found the next morning, the damage was irreversible. 5 decades apart, and yet the stories of Aruna Schonberg and Kolkata's trainee doctor threw up many similar questions. Issues flagged year after year have surfaced. CCTV cameras that don't work, absence of on-call rooms with washrooms, ill-lit areas that women staffers prefer to avoid after dark, and inadequate security measures that have made doctors increasingly vulnerable. We have celebrated 78th Independence Day only yesterday. We speak about freedom and liberty. But the question that I ask on the big fight tonight, when will women in India get freedom from fear? We have women panelists from all walks of life to raise questions and look for solutions. Joining me on the show is Dr. Ami-Ben Yagnik of the Congress Party, Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry is joining us, Megha Pant author, Mihir Sood, senior advocate, Biki Saha is political analyst, Priyanka Tibrewal, secretary of BJP West Bengal, Kiran Majumdar Shaw is joining us. We are being joined by Asha Devi, who is Nirbhaya's mother, Aparna Sen, veteran actor, and Soumya Swaminathan, chairperson of MS Swaminathan Research Foundation and also the principal advisor at the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is joining us. And we'll be playing also a chunk of the interview that I just did with CV Ananda Bose, Governor of West Bengal. But first up, Kiran Majumdar Shaw. Ms. Shaw, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. We are living in a very, very difficult time when the entire country is outraged over what has happened to a young doctor in Kolkata. Why do you think we have repeatedly failed to ensure that women have a safe working environment, be it day or during the night? You yourself are a working woman.
You know, I really am very deeply concerned about this societal failure to protect our women. I think it is shameful, and, you know, as a woman, I really believe we are not doing enough to keep women safe in this country. Now, I just think that what we are seeing in this country is barbaric almost.
Yes.
I mean, we are seeing gang rapes or hearing of gang rapes almost every day, which is ridiculous. I mean, what are we doing to ourselves? What is our society come to? I think unless we really focus on women's issues, unless our economic development is about women, is women-centric and is about addressing these challenges that women face day in and day out, we are not going to be able to have the kind of progress we want. So I personally believe we all have to hang our heads in shame that we have actually witnessed such a horrendous and heinous crime. And that, you know, what is even more troublesome is the way this crime is trying to be covered up, which I think is terrible. I mean, who is behind this? Who is trying to cover up? Why is no one taking the kind of responsibility to make sure that this never happens again? You know, I think the Prime Minister made a very important statement on Independence Day. He actually talked about, you know, very, very severe punitive measures for anyone indulging in atrocities against women. And I really believe we all have to work towards making this country a safe country for women. At least I know that in Bangalore, we've always focused on making this a safe city for women. But I think it has to be heightened. I think it is something that we just cannot any longer ignore or not do enough about.
Okay, you know, since you're speaking about Bengaluru, you're trying to make that city safe for women. Of course, it's about public spaces and it's also about workspaces. How do you fix it? That, you know, there are women like you who are in boardrooms, who run boardrooms. How do you ensure that these gender crimes are not normalized and there is a great degree of gender sensitivity?
So, you know, in corporate India, of course, we are trying various measures to keep women safe in the workplace, but that's not enough. I think it's really about making women safe when they go out of your offices, you know, and even when they go and, you know, enjoy the nightlife in a city, are they safe? You know, when you cannot obviously keep a vigil on your employees once they leave the workplace and they're back home. But are women safe even in their own neighborhoods? I think in this particular crime, you saw that the doctor was not safe within the hospital. I mean, how horrible is that?
Yes.
You know, I think If a woman can't do a night duty safely, I think that is awful. That speaks very badly about our country and our society. Women have to be safe. I remember when I was building my company 40 years ago, I used to feel so safe in Bangalore. I used to drive at midnight, returning from work if I had to. And I didn't feel that I was unsafe. But today I would think 10 times before I do that. That's how our country has, sort of deteriorated in terms of keeping women safe. And we have to focus on this issue. No government can basically, deny the fact that women's safety has to be at the forefront of everything they do.
Okay, Ms. Shah, for an empowered woman like you, if you don't feel safe in a city that you've called your home, your own for so many years, for over 4 decades, it's also a reflection on how these predators perhaps have no fear of law, that the police in crimes against women are also failing women.
Yeah. And I think the Prime Minister made a statement saying that, this almost needs to be a death sentence for people who commit these heinous crimes. So unless you have very severe punitive measures that you carry out, I don't think these animals are going to be scared. We constantly, find ways of giving bail to these people. There's a lot of, leniency for these predators and these rapists, which I really don't think we should really, allow. So unless women feel that justice is being delivered, I don't think they'll feel safe.
Okay. All right, Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much. Let me bring in Kiran Bedi now, another panelist who are joining us. Kiran Bedi, there seems to be a great degree of nihilism that we are seeing among protesting women, among, doctors. They feel that it's a road that they have taken on so many occasions in the past, but it leads to nowhere.
It is leading to nowhere. They're not wrong, because such incidents are reoccurring time to time. One memory weakens and another one gets revived. And it's in all directions, all across the country. I noticed, but I would attribute 3 major reasons for this decline. Number 1 is the way we are parenting. I've always said this, the way we are parenting our boys and girls. More important, the way we are parenting our boys. And I think we are parenting our boys most negligently. We're taking it for granted. We're just letting them become big, but not sensible. We are not making them sensible. We're trying to control our girls to be secure, but we are having boys' uncontrolled growth. I think there is no development, mental development. I think there is no character development. We're talking about skills development all the time, skilling people, but we're not making them character built. So we are having a whole generation of a very large population of boys who have just grown up by the wind. They had to grow up, they've grown up, but unprincipled, no respect for women, no dignity, no human dignity, nothing. So value systems decline, and for which society itself is responsible, which is parenting. But parenting is also schooling, because schooling and parenting go hand in hand. And we must understand that the teachers play a very vital role in influencing the lives of boys. And majority of the teaching profession is in the hands of women. So they have a very important role to play, how they influence the growth of the boys. So A is social, which is parents and teachers.
Okay.
Second thing is the collapse of administration. See, this hospital, as far as whatever we've learned, was ill-administered in many ways. The principle, so whatever has come through in the newspaper so far, CBI will tell us further, but it was pretty ill-administered. It had no safe place. It had no clean toilets. It had no safe place for women to retire to after an exhausting day. But that's deficient administration.
Absolutely.
Now, in this administration, is hospital administration. But remember, there is a bureaucracy over it as well. So that is the administration failure when I'm talking about immediate administration failure and also the oversight administration, which does. Third is the kind of political leadership we are getting, kind of political statements we are getting time to time, the kind of political conduct we are getting, the way we are steered. So I would think, where do you begin and where do you start? Society, well, parents and teachers, administrative failure, which is immediate administration, and also the bureaucracy, which includes the police, and even our criminal justice delivery system. And third is, as I said, the political class. The class of people, some of them are themselves involved in rapes and are elected to the parliament. And people elect them to the parliament.
Okay, so let me bring in the two politicians on the show before I go to the lawyer and the author. Amiben Yagnik and Priyanka Tibrewal. Priyanka Tibrewal, can you move away from political blame game, please? We understand that you're an aggressive opposition, raising all the right questions. But is this really the time?
Nobody is blaming anybody. We are just pointing out at what was supposed to happen and what did not happen. We are questioning the accountability. See, I would just like to say, Maria, that there is a huge difference. Do not politicize the issue is what we are also saying. But again, we are saying, why is it that there is an absolute refusal? Why aren't you accepting that it was a government hospital, it is a government hospital, a same incident takes place in 2021, which we do not know whether it was a murder or a suicide with a doctor. So now also, if this has happened, initially you started by saying that, it was a suicide, then an unnatural death. Why was that done? That is what we are questioning, because that brings question and doubts in your mind, where it is specifically clear that you have taken it as a self-respect, that since it is a government hospital and we are the government, nothing wrong can happen. Okay. Is this not involving the confidence of the culprits,
point being made here is valid. You have a chief minister who has taken to the street. She is giving ultimatum to an investigating agency.
Now the
what exactly is she trying to highlight here, Dr. Tibrewal?
Definitely.
Dr. Amiben Yagnik.
Well, first of all, I think this is not a matter to be politicized. All the time we hear debates when such a heinous crime happens, and then we forget the crux of the matter. Right now we are talking about safety of a woman, and we have a plethora of laws. We have several landmark judgments from the Honorable Apex Court and several high courts of this country. But are these judgments resulting into justice for these women behind the closed doors? Are they reaching out to victims of violence wherever they are, within the domestic sphere, public spaces, or at workplaces? As you asked a question to Ms. Shaw about what is happening in the corporate world, are the corporate areas safe? Well, we have laws for roads, we have laws for workplace, sexual harassment at workplace protection. But are these laws being implemented? That is the first question. Is the society afraid of these laws? Second question. The third question is, supposing a victim wants to go and access the justice mechanism, is she getting justice? Does she get tired in the process? And so the third thing is that, what is our delivery justice system doing? Is the justice reaching the steps of these victims? This is the moot question. Instead of talking about, yes, the chief minister would take to the street, she is raising this issue. She will have to do a lot in order to bring women's safety and protection for women victims. But I think we have gone beyond this now. I think after 2 days debate, we'll forget the issue. We need to see that all these systems are overhauled. There is a delivery system in place, and the fear of the law has to be there. Somebody talked about upbringing and parenting. Yes, the children are now having access to social media. Children are constantly looking at these debates. Young girls, college girls, they know that the law is there. But there is cyber stalking even after physical stalking. So where is the law and where is the system? So giving speeches is not going to solve the problem. If actions are not there, if policies are not there, if the delivery system is not given,
so it's
and if there is no accountability,
criminal justice system which is failing the women of India. There was 100% increase in the budgetary allocation of the Nirbhaya fund. Then there were questions about how much of the fund has been actually used. Then there were questions also of fast-track courts. All plans were put in place post the 2012, December 16th gang rape incident.
True.
What really is happening when you go to the courtrooms?
For me?
Yes, Mihira.
Yes. What happens is that the
That's for
investigation.
Mihira. That's for Mihira Sood, ma'am, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court. Yes.
So I think fundamentally the problem is that, frankly, political imagination on these issues is limited. And, I'm so angry and tired listening to political discourse, which is, incident based. There is very little political discourse that comes out that is really looking, systemically at the condition of women. It is, every time there is a rape, every time there is an act of violence against a woman that makes headlines, it is the same things that come out: fast track courts, harsher laws. But, any kind of systemic change, I don't know if it is just that it is politically inconvenient, that their expertise is lacking. I mean, the expertise, maybe, there is expertise throughout the country that can then be brought in, or if it is just that people don't care enough. But, there are certain things. I mean, one, of course, as Kiran Bedi talked about, the importance of, socially, how boys are brought up. And of course, that's extremely important, and cannot be stressed enough. But there is plenty else that the government could do. And without getting into, this may have happened in West Bengal, it is a TMC government. The same thing could have happened in any other state that is a Congress government or a BJP government. It doesn't matter. So, this entire political blame game is totally useless because, to us, to the common person, there is no difference. The same thing could happen in any state. And the problem is, one, that policing is terrible. I mean, you had the police unable to control this mob. For example, excuse me one second. You had the police hiding from the mob. You have the police unable to control destruction of evidence. Finding evidence, collecting evidence, preparing a charge sheet, everything takes time. It's incompetent. And anybody who's truly interested in improving the condition of women in this country needs to work on policing, not on punishments.
Yes, Meera, just hold on to your thoughts.
Laws.
We are being joined by Dr. Soumya Swaminathan now. Dr. Swaminathan, thank you so much. You have put out a rather interesting tweet. While we look at all the outrage, you have spoken about what can be done. You're talking about space such as healthcare settings. How can they not have incidents of sexual violence? The question is, can that be implemented?
Yes, thank you, Maria. I mean, I'm as pained, anguished, and outraged as anyone else. I'm a mother, but I'm also a woman, and I've been a young woman. I've been through these experiences as a resident, as an intern. I've worked in government hospitals, of all kinds, at all levels. And we just accepted the fact that, the environment was not, I would say, absolutely conducive for safety of women, starting from something very basic as access to a bathroom or access to a place that you can go and rest at night, safely. And while I'm sure that things have improved over a period of time since I was a resident, I think it is still very much the case in many places, especially for women, that these amenities are not provided. Now, the reason that, I'm talking about solutions is, on the one hand, absolutely, I think the perpetrators of this particular horrendous case, but every such case that is not, getting this amount of media attention, we know every day that there are rapes happening. And unfortunately, in some cases, rape and murder. And this was a particularly ghastly one. It happened to a doctor. It happened in a big city. But I would say that, you know, nurses and other healthcare providers might be even more at risk of this happening. And I think it's happening all the time. So the first thing is to make a situation possible in every healthcare facility. I'm talking about healthcare facilities now as an example of what should really happen, I think, in every workplace. That there should be, first of all, a mechanism. There should be overall, awareness and very strict. A zero tolerance approach should mean a zero tolerance approach. And this has to start from the top. So the leadership really has to be responsible for providing the space and the institutional mechanism for people to be able to talk about and report incidents. And, you know, it doesn't always have to be a rape. There are many other ways of, molesting and sexually exploiting a woman. And all of these are serious and they should be reported and action should be taken. So that comfort level needs to be built. And I think in many places that does not exist, this type of institutional mechanism with full support, you know, coming from the top. Of course, it helps to have women in leadership positions. And again, I think recent surveys have shown that, you know, it's only about 20% or so, or even less, of institutions as well as medical organizations or healthcare professional organizations that have women in leadership roles, even though we know that the majority of healthcare providers in India and many countries are women. Then there should be, action taken when there is a report of an incident. There has to be action taken. There has to be, the justice has to be delivered and has to be seen to be delivered. Next is that, usually victims get blamed quite often. And the knee-jerk reaction of people is to tell girls and women, you be more careful, you shouldn't be here, you shouldn't be doing that, or you should, behave in a particular way. Whereas it is really not the girl's fault or the woman's fault at all. And she, in this case, was doing her job. And in most cases, the woman is just trying to do her job. And finally, I think that we need this, of course, is we can't look at this out of context of the society we live in. And therefore, I would think that all of this, what we're seeing around us, points to a need for young boys in our society, young men, to somehow we have to change their mindset, because I think that they're looking at women as objects for their desires. And this is not, obviously, the world that we want to live in. So we have to start very young and at home and at school, setting an example and talking about these issues, not just to young girls on how to protect themselves, but really to boys and older men. We've seen so many men on the streets protesting as well. We do need male allies. We need men to speak up. It shouldn't be only the women protesting. So we need men at all different levels, particularly those who are in leadership positions, to speak very strongly about intolerance to things like this.
Yes, Dr. Soumya, of course, we are seeing these protests by various medical bodies. But the fact here is that here is a female doctor who has been raped and murdered in a safe space. This was a hospital. Do you think this could lead to many women opting out of workspaces, opting out of work?
Well, I think one of the major reasons for more women not being in the workplace is issue of safety, and particularly for women who have to travel long distances or who have to take public transport. And I mean, there are other factors as well. But I think one of them is that the families would, I've been in many villages and tribal areas, etc., where the fathers actually have told me that, we've educated the girl up to class 12 and that's it. We cannot take the risk of sending this girl out because she'll have to go out of the village to pursue further studies. And it's the same thing for women who want to work. You can't always find a workplace right next to where your home is. And this is a huge issue, which is now holding back women from achieving their full potential. These girls and young women actually want to go out into the world, and they are capable of doing everything that their brothers are capable of doing, or even more than them, I would say. Very often they're much more motivated. but the families hold them back. So I think this is something that we have to deal with. And the other very important one of women in the workplace is childcare. So I think if we can take care of these two issues, childcare for women who already have a child and who don't have anywhere to leave that baby safe and secure while they go to work, and for women who don't have children yet, I think it's this issue of safety and security at the workplace, but also to and fro, from work.
Yes, and you're a doctor yourself. There are very distressing comparisons being made of two incidents. One, a nurse, which who was raped 50 years ago, and now this incident which has happened. These are crimes against women, and it seems like that these atrocities aren't really stopping.
So I think that, some cases obviously make it into the headlines because of the very nature, the horrific nature of the crime. And you see this kind of outrage that we saw during Nirbhaya, we saw during, few such events like what has recently happened. But, it pales into insignificance when you really think about the extent of gender-based violence that happens in our society and what women are tolerating day in and day out. There was a recent survey done by Women in Global Health who found that at least 1/4 of women had experienced sexual exploitation or harassment at work. And this was more among nurses even than among doctors. And that it led to so much of mental trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, people, even attempting suicide or, of course, wanting to leave the workplace. And in most cases, their experience was that their stories were not taken seriously. They were laughed away or told that, you have to live with it or just change your own behavior. And there were no mechanisms for women to be able to actually report on this and see that doesn't happen, because these kind of people usually keep repeating this behavior. And so that's the other thing, I think, from the criminal side, is that people who've had this kind of conviction getting released and then are free to go back into positions where, they could be really preying on vulnerable people. And very often it's in a place like a healthcare setting, it's also the power equation. And so it's usually, somebody in a senior position, and you're feeling much more vulnerable if you're a young woman who's trying to get on with your career, you want to pass exams, you want to get a promotion, etc. And therefore you sometimes keep quiet rather than put yourself into a situation. So the whole atmosphere has to change, and there should be zero tolerance, should not just be a term, but it should be actually practiced.
Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us here on NDTV. Let me bring in Meghna Pant. Meghna, we often speak about it, we often write about it, but the question is, we say that the mindset has to change, but nothing seems to be changing.
Maria, I'm so angry right now. I can't explain this to you. I've been following and discussing rape cases for the last 12 years since the Nirbhaya case, and my blood boils every time. I'm as angry as the rest of India. My heart is going out to the victim and her family. I am heartbroken, but I'm so angry because the one lesson we've learned, Maria, is that there is no one coming to save us. I feel like we've spent our entire life teaching ourselves and teaching other women how to protect ourselves, and we are just left alone all the time. And the fear is always on the women and never on the perpetrator. And I don't understand why the system has failed us so badly. And if you're not going to give us safety, at least give us justice. I think that's the least that we can ask as the daughters of this country. Give us our justice. And I think that's why I keep saying that the only deterrent to rape and to murders and rape murders is capital punishment. And I just don't understand people who are against this, who are ready to show humanity to brutal monsters who are capable of heinous crimes, but are not willing to show a shred of humanity to the victims, except if it comes as social media posturing or platitudes for political parties. I'm sick of all of that. What I want is to see justice being served to the women of our country. And that will only come in terms of capital punishment. And I'll tell you in 30-40 seconds why capital punishment is the only way forward for our country. First of all, in countries such as from Saudi Arabia to China to North Korea to Singapore, the rape cases, the rape rates are the lowest in those countries. Why? Because they have capital punishment. Secondly, we've seen that for the juvenile cases of rape, death penalty has been awarded. Why is that? The ordinance was passed because obviously capital punishment works as a deterrent for rapists. So obviously we've seen it in action. There's no robust data. There is no empirical evidence that speaks otherwise. In fact, we have the contrary. The fact is also that rape murders in India are less than 1% of the total rape cases. So do the crime if you can do the time. This punishment will be doled out to people in a small percentage. So what are we so afraid of? Why bowing to rapists and living in fear? Why is the legal system in fear of these monsters? Why are we not teaching them a lesson? Why is the onus coming on the women of India? So there's so many cases to go forward that only this curative solution of death penalty is the only way of prevent the rapes, and also of corrective measure, that after the rapes happen, what do we do? What is the way forward? How can we bring the justice that the women of this country deserve? So there's so many arguments to be made for that. Till we try out this system, honestly speaking, I have not heard in the last over a decade one person come up with a better solution than capital punishment. So I'm a big advocate of that, and I will remain so till every woman in this country is safe and we can have
Meghna,
freedom
I
from this
share
fear.
your pain, and I'm sure all women on the panel share, are equally distressed and angry because, every time an incident happens, we talk about it, we outrage, there are candlelight marches, protests, but nothing seems to be happening. We also have Aparna Sen joining us now. Aparna Sen, appreciate your time. Ma'am, we have often spoken about mindset, that the mindset needs to change, but women remain vulnerable, and every time there is an incident, it shames us. But nothing seems to be changing. Why do you think that Indian workspaces are so unsafe for women? Aren't they supposed to be safe in their safe spaces? Workspaces are supposed to be safe spaces.
I think, frankly, that they're just callous. That they don't want to spend on make the necessary expenditure to install proper NDTV and security. Also, there is much to be desired in the security themselves, in the police force, because as you rightly said, this has happened. We will have these marches, the whole country will be upset and awaken and aware for a little while, and then everything will subside, then another rape will happen, and it will go on as before. What needs to change is the mindset, is the patriarchal mindset. I've actually dealt with this in my film, The Rapist. The patriarchal mindset has to change, and it has to change from within families. It has to change in schools. That's what has to change to start with. The police themselves, who are supposed to be protecting us, you think that, I don't think any of us thinks that they are not of this kind of, they don't belong to the patriarchal mindset. They do. They absolutely do. Who are they going to protect? This is why I feel that it has to start at school, at instilling the right values in people, in children from a very young age. It has to start with families. It has to start with families respecting the women within the families, and the women respecting themselves. That's very, very important, I think. The women don't respect themselves enough. They still make differences even in cities, even in the urban, educated middle class. They still will, give preference to the male child over the female child. They will tell the female child, you can't do certain things because you're a girl. And, the way the mother is treated, the way sisters are treated, the boys see all this. What are they going to learn?
You have presented very strong women characters in your films. It is often said that cinema can ensure right conversations. How do you think such representation can impact change attitude towards women in the society?
Absolutely, we are. And, cinema, actually what happens is it's a cyclical thing. Cinema reflects what is there in society, and then society keeps learning from what comes in the media. I mean, they're exposed to it and they imbibe it. And then, it just goes on in a vicious cycle the whole time. I think that has to change. To start with, I think consciously, the censor board, look, the Central Board of Certification, what it does is it's supposed to certify films for adult or universal viewing, right? But what they need to do is that they need to have films where women are not objectified. And unfortunately, in most mainstream films, women are objectified. It has begun to change sometimes in some stray film, but that is more the exception than the rule. You have to stop objectifying women in the dances, in the way a man doesn't take a woman seriously, a boy doesn't take a girl seriously when she says no. It's there in our literature, unfortunately. It's even there in our mythology that women are objectified a lot of the time. So a whole lot has to change, and it will not change overnight. It will have to start with, I think, families, mothers, women themselves. And I also think, by the way, Maria, that I really do think that women need to be able to protect themselves also, and not only depend on security or the state or the police. Tagore had advocated at that time women learning judo in Shantiniketan. I think it's very important for women to learn the art of self-defense. It's very, very important. I mean, our generation, or even the generation after us, maybe it's too late for them. But the coming generations, the younger generations of women, must learn the art of self-defense. I think if women don't defend themselves and they don't speak up for themselves and ensure all these things for themselves, nobody will.
Aparna Sen, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this story, and certainly very, very concerning times ahead for all of us. We have another person who has been fighting for safety, security of women, and that it all starts in 2012 when her own daughter was raped and murdered. Asha Devi is joining us live. Asha ji, फिर एक महिला के साथ वही हुआ जो आपकी बेटी के साथ हुआ था. ये घटना भी और दर्दनाक है. रिएक्शन भी आप देखिएगा तो उसी तरह से हो रही है. लोग गुस्सा कर रहे हैं, नाराज़ हो रहे हैं, कैंडल लाइट मार्च निकल रहा है. सब एक तरफ हो जाता है और फिर दुनिया आगे बढ़ जाती है.
अभी जो घटना हुई है, जो हालात आज 5 दिन बाद देखने को मिल रहे हैं, तो ये क्या है? एक तो गलती करो और ऊपर से दबंगई दिखा के जो आवाज उठा रहे हैं उनको दबाओ. मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि एक बच्ची के साथ इतना दर्दनाक घटना हो गई और उसके लिए उसके साथ ही या उस हॉस्पिटल के डॉक्टर अगर आवाज उठा रहे हैं तो उनको आवाज दबाने के लिए वहां तोड़फोड़ हो रही है, मारा पीट हो रही है. तो ये क्या है? ये एक तो गलत करो, ऊपर से दबंगई करो. तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रशासन की कमी है कि उस बच्ची के, उस माँ बाप के साथ होने के बजाय मुजरिमों को बचाने की कोशिश हो रही है. तो मैं तो यही कहूंगी कि कहीं ना कहीं हमें तो लगता है कि आज भी हम 2012 में ही खड़े हैं.
अच्छा जी, 2012 में जहाँ आप खड़ी थी, 2024 में भी शायद सब लोग बोल रहा है कि आज इनका परिवार खड़ा है. तो कानून, जो आपकी बेटी की मौत के बाद कानून में बहुत सारे बदलाव आए थे, लेकिन क्या हुआ? खौफ तो नहीं है लोगों के बीच में, डर भी नहीं है कि कुछ और होगा, कुछ पनिशमेंट मिलेगा, इसलिए ये इस तरह का नहीं होना चाहिए.
देखिए, कानून गलत नहीं है. कानून जहां भी जो भी है, अगर उसके हिसाब से भी सजा दी जाए तो ऑलरेडी कानून है कि नहीं. जिस किसी के भी साथ गलत होता है उसको बर्बरता के साथ मारा जाता है. तो वो देखिए, जो वहां बैठे हैं, जो कानून को फॉलो करने वाले हैं, पुलिस हो गए, कोर्ट में हो गए, या हम कर रहे हैं कि वहां जिस राज्य में ये घटना हुई है वहां की जो सरकार है उनमें कमी है, क्योंकि जब तक हम मुजरिमों को सजा नहीं देंगे, उनको उनके क्या किए हैं उनको वो दर्पण दिखाया नहीं जाएगा, तब तक हम क्या कर सकते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ तो हम देख रहे हैं कि उस बच्ची के साथ घटना हुई, अगर उसके लिए कोई आवाज उठा रहा है तो उसी की दबाने की कोशिश हो रही है।
आपने सही कहा, एक बार फिर हमारा सर शर्म से झुक रहा है क्योंकि ये घटना फिर से हुई है और ये घटनाएं होती रह रही हैं। ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
मैं अभी गई थी, वो डॉक्टर जो वहां थी रात में, वो कह रही हैं कि जो इमरजेंसी थी उसमें तोड़फाड़ हुई और जो नर्स का रूम है उसमें घुस के उन लोगों ने सारी दवाइयां मेडिसिन सब फोड़े तोड़े, और कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग उस डॉक्टर की तरह तुम लोगों के साथ रेप करेंगे और उसी की तरह हालत करेंगे। तो बताइए बंगों का कितना खौफ है, कितना वो निडर हैं कि घुस के हॉस्पिटल के अंदर तोड़फाड़ कर रहे हैं, और वहां का प्रशासन पुलिस भाग रही है, वहां का जो सुरक्षा के लिए खुद भाग रहे हैं। तो आखिर इतना बड़ा कौन है? इस पे सरकार विचार करे, इस पे सोचे। वो भी सुन रही हैं कि मैं वो धरने पर बैठ रही है, आपकी सरकार है, आप वहां के सीएम है, आप कह रही हैं कि धरने पे, आप किसके लिए धरने पे बैठ रही हैं, किसके खिलाफ? तो तकलीफ तो बहुत है मैडम, लेकिन अब हार के घर में बैठ जाते हैं। उस टाइम भी यही हो रहा था, अभी भी यही हो रहा है। बहुत तकलीफ होती है, जिसका बच्चा जाता है वही जानता है। आज भी हम 12 साल बाद उसी चीज से जूझ रहे हैं, बहुत दुख की बात है। लेकिन आज भी वही पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है, उन पे थोप रहे हैं, उन पे थोप रहे हैं। अरे प्रदर्शन के बजाय, धरना के बजाय आप जांच करवाइए, उन जितने उसमें मुजरिम हैं उनको पकड़िए, उनको सजा दिलवाइए, एक नजीर पेश करिए कि नहीं हाँ एक महिला के साथ कुछ होता है तो हम जहां भी हैं, जहां की सरकार है, स्टेट सरकार है, हम उनके लिए खड़े हैं। कल 15 अगस्त था, दुनिया स्वतंत्रता दिवस मनाई, जाके पूछे उस परिवार से कि उस परिवार पे क्या गुजर रही है, वो किस लिए क्या स्वतंत्रता मनाएगा कि जिसकी बच्ची पढ़ लिख के डॉक्टर बन गई थी, ट्रेनिंग कर रही थी, उस बच्ची को मार दिया गया, उसके लिए क्या मायने रखता है स्वतंत्रता दिवस और आजादी?
आशा देवी जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस. You heard from various women who shared their thoughts. We have also spoken to the governor of West Bengal over the ongoing investigation and the protests continuing. We'll be playing that in just a bit. Stay put. This remains our top focus here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
This week on India Ascends.
Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. the NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
This week on India Ascends.
We are being joined now by the Governor of Bengal, C.V. Ananda Bose. Mr. Bose, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by asking you of the protests. Since the protests are continuing with no solution in sight, and the Bengal Chief Minister says that there is some kind of politics at play here as well. She has blamed the left and the BJP over what happened behind, they were the reasons behind vandalism which happened. How do you see all these developments playing out, sir?
Vandals and scandals are marring the civic life of Bengal. As a protest is going on outside on the streets of Bengal with its political overtones, I was in my room interacting with some youth. They happened to be the medical students. They told me, please deliver us from the fear psychosis. Please give us protection. We have no security inside the campus. Now, we have no security outside the campus. That is a wailing of the youth, particularly the medical youth. Some of the girl students told me, sir, we have nowhere to go. We have no security. Our parents are pressing us. Leave the profession. Give back the money, bond amount. Come back. Life is more important than this. One of the girls said, sir, I am a medico. I am going to be posted in the rural areas. These goons will follow me there. There's total fear psychosis everywhere among the youth. And you know, youth are not creations of the past or custodians of the present. They are creators of the future. It is the same youth who are taken to medicine. They come and tell me these frustrations. We are not secure. Please give us security. This is the wailing which I heard from them. What happens on the street in the name of politics, that's none of my business. But the fact remains that there is growing fear in Bengal society. The last 20 months, I have seen instances of violence in the field, in the rural areas, in connection with the Panchayat election, in connection with the parliament election. Violence everywhere. Is this the normal situation in any state? And this all this happening in Bengal, which Gopal Krishna Gokhale once said, what Bengal thinks today, India will think tomorrow. Is this the same Bengal? Is it the same Bengal of which Rabindranath Tagore said, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high? Chitta jata bhai shunno, ucha jata shir. There is a degradation. Democracy is plummeting into mobocracy. That is a distressing spectacle that we see around us. That is what worries me as a governor, not the political rallies which are going on outside.
Okay. Governor Bose, since those medicos who met you, they were seeking security and protection from you. Today was also the day that the Kolkata police chief came out with a detailed response, and he has also responded to the charge that was being leveled against the Kolkata police that there has been no cover-up or delay in filing of the FIR. In terms of investigation, now that the investigation has been taken over by the CBI, are you confident that there will be justice for this 31-year-old who was brutally raped and murdered?
CBI, as you know, is a prime investigating agency of the government. I trust they will be able to bring out the truth very soon.
Okay, and in terms of security, what assurance have you really given the medics who came, to you seeking proper protection and facilities?
I have given clear instructions to the Chief Minister upon the authority vested in the Governor under Article 167 of the Constitution of India. Number 2, I am taking up the matter with the Government of India. Number 3, as an interim measure, I have opened what is called Abhaya Home in the Rajbhavan. Any student who feels threatened can come here. They will be the honored guest, valued guest of the Governor. And whatever other long-term measures are to be taken, I have already taken up with the state government as well as with the central government, including adequate legislation guaranteeing security for the medicos and the paramedicos in the hospitals. I don't want to explain the whole thing here. A 20-point agenda has been given for implementation. And also the National Medical Council has been requested to visit the place, listen to the grievances, and take immediate action. Everything that is possible for confidence building will be done.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. There is a lot lined up on the show today, from poll dates being announced for Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana to a big send-off to the Paralympics team. We'll get you all of that. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. The poll body announces dates for elections in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir to vote in 3 phases, that is 18th and 25th September and 1st of October, while Haryana goes to polls on 1st of October. Counting for both the states will take place on October 4th. Protests continue across the country after more outrage over Kolkata horror. Mamata Banerjee marches for justice as the probe is now with the CBI. Mamata Banerjee says that BJP sent its people to RG Kar Hospital to vandalize the place, while Smriti Irani hits back and says, do not politicize this case. And KTR mocks women for peeling onions on free bus ride. KTR says that they are free to break dance on the bus. The Telangana minister, he retorts and says, would KTR say that to his sister? Now, after outrage, KTR apologizes in speech to the workers. Kerala High Court sets up the first digital branch at Kollam amid the Judicial Digital Infra push. The Chief Justice of India launches Kerala High Court's digital branch. The Indian Space Research Organization launches Earth's satellite mission. ISRO's third successful SSLV launch of observation satellite EOS-8 placed in orbit. And it was the 70th National Film Awards that have been announced. Uttam wins the Best Feature Film, while Gulmohar is the Best Hindi Feature Film. Rishabh Shetty wins the Best Actor Award for Kantara, while the Best Supporting Actor goes to Neena Gupta. Well, hundreds of doctors marched and held protests in cities across India to protest the brutal rape and murder of a young female doctor in a hospital that has fueled anger over a lack of safety for women despite tough new laws. Now, there were protests today in Kolkata, Mumbai, Delhi, Guwahati, Bengaluru, Lucknow, as well as other major cities in the country. And amid the nationwide uproar over the Kolkata hospital rape and murder, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, she took out a rally in Kolkata. She has in fact given a Sunday ultimatum to the Central Bureau of Investigation, the central agency that has taken over the probe, to ensure that the accused is hanged till death by then. Mamata Banerjee said that it's the BJP which has sent its people to the RG Kar hospital. Smriti Irani hit back, telling Mamata not to politicize the rape and murder of the young doctor.
BJP, সব লোকজন বিজেপি পার্টি পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে অ্যাসোসিয়েশনকে, মেডিকেল অ্যাসোসিয়েশন, ওটাও বিজেপি দিল্লি। আমাদের মহিলা কমিশন তার আগে পৌঁছে গেছিল। নিয়ম হচ্ছে একটা মহিলা কমিশন কাজ করলে সেখানে দ্বিতীয়টা হয় না, একটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন চললে প্যারালাল আরেকটা চলে না, এটা সিস্টেম। আর কি করেছেন? হোম ডিপার্টমেন্ট থেকে বলছেন নাইটে কি হয়েছে আমাদের রিপোর্ট দাও। তোমার কাছে রিপোর্ট নেই? আহা, তুমি মহারাজ, তুমি সাধু, তুমি মহারাজ সাধু হলে আজ আমরা চোর বটে। জিজ্ঞেস করুন, রিপোর্ট তুমি পাওনি? তোমার রাজা তো তোমাকে রিপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্যই বসে আছে। তোমার এখানে আইবি এসবি নেই, তোমার এখানে বিএসএফ নেই, তোমার এখানে সিপিআই নেই, তোমার এখানে ইডি নেই, তোমার এখানে মিডিয়া কন্ট্রোল করার মিডিয়া নেই, সব আছে। তা সত্ত্বেও তুমি গভর্নমেন্টকে বলছো সেদিন রাত্রে কি ঘটেছিল।
मैं दोबारा कहती हूँ, तेरा रेप मेरा रेप की पॉलिटिक्स को बंद करें ममता दी। ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडों की एक फौज इकट्ठी होती है शहर में और पुलिस को पता तक नहीं चलता? ये कैसे संभव है कि गुंडे आकर, मॉब आकर अस्पताल में तोड़फोड़ करते हैं और मीडिया की रिपोर्ट ये कहती है उन चीजों के साथ तोड़फोड़ करते हैं जो शायद एविडेंस का हिस्सा है।
In fact, my colleague Maria Shakil, she spoke to the governor of West Bengal, who says that there is a growing fear in the state of West Bengal. Let's listen in.
We are being joined now by the governor of Bengal, C.V. Ananda Bose. Mr. Bose, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by asking you of the protests. Since the protests are continuing with no solution in sight, and the Bengal Chief Minister says that there is some kind of politics at play here as well. She has blamed the left and the BJP over what happened, behind, they were the reasons behind vandalism which happened. How do you see all these developments playing out, sir?
Vandals and scandals are marring the civic life of Bengal. As a protest is going on outside on the streets of Bengal with its political overtones, I was in my room interacting with some youth. They happened to be the medical students. They told me, please deliver us from the fear psychosis. Please give us protection. We have no security inside the campus. Now, we have no security outside the campus. That is a wailing of the youth, particularly the medical youth. Some of the girl students told me, sir, we have nowhere to go. We have no security. Our parents are pressing us, leave the profession, Give back the money, bond amount. Come back. Life is more important than this. One of the girls said, "Sir, I'm a medico. I'm going to be posted in the rural areas. These goons will follow me there." There's total fear psychosis everywhere among the youth. And you know, youth are not creations of the past or custodians of the present. They are creators of the future. It is the same youth who are taken to medicine. They come and tell me these frustrations. We are not secure. Please give us security. This is the wailing which I heard from them. What happens on the street as in the name of politics, that's none of my business.
Well, it's been an eventful day, of course, with the CBI and, of course, the political protests. There were BJP protests first against what's really shocked the nation, an incident that took place at the Ajit Medical College and Hospital where the postgraduate student was raped and murdered. Now, also there was another incident where on the 14th of August or 15th of August, the intervening night, miscreants barged into the Ajit Medical College and campus, reigniting fears of safety of doctors at the hospital. Now, today, of course, the BJP held protests. There were scuffles between the BJP supporters and the police. Police did not allow those protests. And also, there were simultaneous protests held by the Trinamool. Mamata Banerjee marched from Moulali to the Dorina crossing at Esplanade, demanding the death penalty or capital punishment for the rapist who's been, alleged rapist who's been, arrested. And of course, she says this should be done on a fast-track basis. But this is, of course, clearly what's been happening in Kolkata today. A lot of outrage, a lot of protests, and of course, this is this is something that has led to more of a nationwide protest. There are also doctors who've announced strikes, and that is also likely to happen. But over the weekend, that is likely to also impact medical services to some extent.
But the Election Commission has announced dates for polls in Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana. Jammu and Kashmir is set to vote in 3 phases, that is 18th and 25th of September and the 1st of October. Now, Jammu and Kashmir's phase 1, people are going to vote on 18th of September. Phase 2 is going to take place on the 25th of September, while the final phase of voting in Jammu and Kashmir to be held on 1st of October 2024. Haryana, in the meanwhile, goes to polls on 1st of October. Counting for both the states will take place on October 4th. Meanwhile, the National Conference chief, Farooq Abdullah, he has announced that he will lead the party in the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections, which will be held in 3 phases from September 18th.
यहाँ लोगों की अपनी हुकूमत थी नहीं और उसका खमियाजा भी हमने भुगता है। आज चलिए देर आए दुरुस्त आए, इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से 3 फेजेस में इंतखाबात के तारीख का ऐलान हो चुका है और बड़ी जल्दी से जो है ये शेड्यूल जो है समाप्त होगा।
देखिए, चुनाव आयोग ने आज तारीखों का ऐलान किया है। 1 अक्टूबर को हरियाणा प्रदेश के विधानसभा के चुनाव हैं। हम जो चुनाव आयोग ने तारीखों का ऐलान किया उसका स्वागत करते हैं। हमारी पूर्ण तैयारी है। हमारी सरकार मिशन मोड के अंदर लगातार पिछले 10 वर्षों से काम कर रही थी और अब भी लगातार आने वाले समय के अंदर आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम हरियाणा के अंदर बड़े मैंडेट के साथ सरकार बनाएंगे। मैं उनकी घोषणा का स्वागत करता हूं और सभी दलों से और ये अपील भी करना चाहूँगा कि हम भाईचारे से मिलकर के शांति प्रिय ढंग से इस चुनाव को पूर्ण करेंगे।
Meanwhile, Karnataka government has paused the circular and put on hold on withdrawal of SBI and PNB deposits for 15 days. Now, based on the observations made by the Public Accounts Committee on July 2nd, 2024 and August 6th of the same year, and the audit findings included in the Comptroller and Auditor General's report, the government has taken a decision to issue this circular directing all departments to withdraw their deposits and restrict further deposits in all branches of Punjab National Bank and State Bank of India. Meanwhile, this action, it was taken in response to the alleged fraud in the bank branches, which resulted in the non-repayment of fixed deposits, which were made by the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board and the Karnataka Industrial Area Development Board. Now, despite prolonged correspondence and meetings, these issues, they still remain unresolved since 2012-2013. Now, on August 16, both banks, they submitted a written representation to the government requesting a 15-day period to resolve this matter. The same day, senior bank officials, they met with the higher officials of the finance department and reiterated their requests. And after considering the bank's request, the Honorable Chief Minister has directed officials of the finance department to keep the circular in abeyance for 15 days. In fact, this will also allow the banks sufficient time to address the issues and readdress the concerns of the government. The government is, as it says in that circular, is committed to ensuring transparency and accountability in all its dealings. And at a time when the country is debating safety for women in public spaces, BRS leader KT Ramarao, he has outraged women in Telangana by mocking their free bus travel in buses.
Effigies burnt of BRS working president KT Ramarao to protest his comments mocking the free bus scheme for women, saying women were free to peel onions, sew and knit, and even do a break dance in the free-to-travel state-owned buses in Telangana.
బస్సులు అలా వెళ్ళిపోయారు తప్పని మేము ఎక్కడన్నాం అక్క మేము అనలే కాబట్టి దానికోసమే బస్సు పెట్టిరని మాకు తెలియక మేము మామూలుగా నడుపుకున్నాం ఇన్ని రోజులు మాకేదో తెలియకపోయా పాపం మీరు అప్పుడే చెప్తే బాగుండు బస్సుల కుట్లు అల్లికెళ్ళితే తప్పని మేమెందుకంటాం అక్క ఎక్కువ పెట్టు బస్సులు తన్నుకుంటాను మంచిగా లేదు పెట్టు మనిషికో బస్సు పెట్టు మేమెందుకు అంటాం మనిషికో బస్సు పెట్టు మంచిగా అంత కుటుంబం పోయి మంచిగా కుట్లు అల్లికలు అవసరమైతే బ్రేక్ డాన్సులు రికార్డింగ్ ఏం చెప్తారో చేయరు మేమెందుకు అంటాం ఏమంటారు చేయండి కానీ ఇట్లా ఈ రకంగా బస్సులలో కొట్టుకునే పరిస్థితి ఎప్పుడైనా ఉన్నారా కేసీఆర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు సీట్ల కోసం కొట్టుకునుడు సిగలు పట్టుకునుడు గుద్దుకునుడు ఎన్నెన్ని చూస్తున్నాం కొత్త బస్సు అన్నారు.
Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister says KTR's comments were derogatory and that it reflects a feudal mindset.
Comments is very badly. Women are very hard workers. Women are very hard workers. They don't have much time because they are doing outside duty, and after that they went to their homework also, kitchen and children's and husband, keeping house, so many works. Then they are respecting their own work, srama. You are compare dance is different, then their own work is traditional work, daily work is different.
The Telangana Women's Commission has ordered a probe, after which the BRS leader apologized and called it a slip.
I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. When the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does, in fact, call me, I will respond.
KTR's comments were apparently meant as a political jibe at the ruling Congress's welfare schemes. But it comes at a time when women across the country are demanding safety in public spaces and also respect and dignity inside and outside their homes. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize.
Welcome back. The BJP President JP Nadda, he chaired a meeting of the party's National General Secretaries at the party headquarters in New Delhi. People like BL Santosh and Vinod Tavre, they attended this key meeting. Now, the BJP's national office bearers, they were expected to meet on August 17, but they met today to finalize the launch of party's membership drive, which also would culminate with the election of the new party president. Besides all of those holding an office in the BJP's organizational team at the national level, this meeting is also was also attended by the state party presidents and general secretaries in charge of the party's organization in different states. And wrestler Vinesh Phogat, she has issued a statement post the Court of Arbitration of Sports verdict. And in that statement that she put out on her social media handle, she says, and she thanked her family and friends for all the support that they have shown over the last couple of years. She said that she never lost faith and all she wanted to do was to fulfill her father's dream. Vinesh, in fact, recalled her mother's struggle after her father passed away, and Vinesh, in fact, thanked her team as well as all the support staff that accompanied her and had been with her for the past 2 years. Vinesh, in fact, defended Dr. Dinshaw Padiwala, who was subject to criticism after Vinesh's disqualification. She also added that it was her wish to see the Indian flag fly high at Paris. In fact, in the last part of her statement, she hints at returning to wrestling once again. That's all we have for you. Keep watching NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad.